Yeah. Start shortly here. Well, welcome to Kalamazoo City Commission's special meeting of Saturday, June 12th, 2021. This morning's meeting is being streamed live on the City of Kalamazoo's Facebook page, as well as the City of Kalamazoo's YouTube channel. You can listen in to today's meeting by calling area code 269-552-6425 and entering meeting ID number 914-7300-3330. And you may also call and leave a public comment by calling area code 269-226-6573. And turn it over to Mayor David Anderson.
Thank you, Deputy City Manager Chamberlain. It's a pleasure to be here with everybody on this beautiful Saturday, June 12th. So I'm officially calling this meeting to order. This is a retreat style session of the Kalamazoo City Commission. And the first thing we'll do is do the roll call. Clerk Borling.
Commissioner Cunningham. Commissioner Hess.
Present in Kalamazoo.
Commissioner Knott. Commissioner Pradle.
Present in the City of Kalamazoo.
Commissioner Urban.
Here in Kalamazoo.
Vice Mayor Griffin.
Here in Kalamazoo.
Mayor Hopewell. Anderson. Sorry.
That
Oh, where did
is a
that come
huge
from?
compliment. That's the first time I've been confused for Mayor Hopewell. So
Yeah.
if that's the bar I have risen to, I am doing well. That's all I'm going to say that. So Mayor Anderson here in Kalamazoo. Thank you, Clerk Farley. Is there a motion to excuse Commissioner Knott and Commissioner Cunningham?
A motion to excuse both commissioners.
Motion made by Commissioner Pradle,
Support.
supported by Commissioner Hess. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Nay.
All right, Jack voted nay. Got that, Clerk Borling? All right. Communications, anything, the city manager?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Deputy City Manager Chamberlain, do we have any public comments for this meeting this morning?
We have no public comments this morning, sir.
All right. This is a retreat session. Obviously, we're doing it by Zoom, and so that was the opportunity for public comments this morning. But certainly, there's always comments welcome that can be sent to any commissioner's email, to the city clerk, to the city manager, subsequent to any of our discussions today. So today we have a work session that is being facilitated by a wonderful person, Ms. Damara West. And I don't know if Manager Ritzma, you have some comments you want to kick this off with?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. As you mentioned, Damara is with us today as a follow-up to the March retreat we had. We had some unfinished work from March that we'll get to today and revisit the priorities that were identified through the March retreat. And we also will give you an update later on how we're going to gather community input around the stimulus dollars and how to use those. So without further ado, I will turn it over to Damara.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Good morning. I am just delighted to be back with you all. We have a lot of work ahead of us today, but we have purposefully planned for this time together so that we can complete the overarching strategies that the commission would like to take as we embark on 2022 and of course beyond that. So what I want to begin with is the agenda. So as soon as I am able to share my screen, I will share that with you all. Okay, wonderful. Thank you for that. All right, so I'm going to assume everyone can see this. So we are going to look at prioritization across 4 key areas, and I'll provide a framework for how we're going to go about doing that in just a little bit. We will definitely take a 5-minute break at midpoint. I apologize that I'm not able to give you a concrete time, but I will make sure that we do have a 5-minute break, and I'll be watching the time. So no worries about that. We'll honor that break. We will definitely take lunch from 12:30 to 1:10. That way you can plan around that time. We'll come back together at 1:10, continue our work together, take another 5-minute break, talk about community input for stimulus funding, next steps, and then we will do a formal closing. So although we're scheduled to be here until 3 o'clock, there's a good chance that we could complete our work a little bit early, and we will adjust accordingly if indeed that happens, and I'm sure that no one will object to that. So I'm going to stop my screen sharing for 1 second. And what I want to say before I begin to share some of the work that was prepared for this meeting today is that as we are pondering what the overarching strategies are that we want to land on based on all the good feedback. And so, of course, even though Commissioner Knott and Commissioner Cunningham are not with us, the beautiful thing is that I had an opportunity to engage with everyone, right? So what I'm going to be sharing today is a collective of the voice to kick us off in crystallizing what it is that we decide that we want to do together. So as we're thinking about this, I want to offer that we want to consider what is the role of the city, right? We're talking about tackling some really big issues. So when we talk about housing and, we haven't spent time on homelessness, and we are going to spend some time on homelessness today and connect homelessness with housing, because of course that's a natural connection there. What is the role of the city in really addressing that? And when we think about the role of the city, what's the capacity of the city to be able to do that based on the financial resources that you have, the human capital that you have at your disposal? And then ultimately, if it's not you, have we identified all the ways in which we can tap into the community at large, right, to help to leverage what it is that we're aspiring to do? And so as we go over each area, we're going to spend some time on that. And there's some color coding that's going to help to guide us in that discussion. And so we want to think about, are we the connector related to this particular topic area in moving the needle? Are we the advocate when it comes to moving the needle? And are we the actor? Right? Is it really our sole role to do this? And if it is our sole role to do this, and this is the last thing that I want to leave us with in terms of frame, or start us with, I should say, is, are we aspiring to have a deep impact, or are we aspiring to have a scattered impact? Because how we go about doing the work is really going to help to guide us in that, right? And there is no right answer, and there could be a different answer depending on a different strategy that we're looking to employ, right? But those are the things that I really want to begin us with, to ponder on, and allow that to be the guide for every single section that we are getting ready to embark upon. Any questions about that, commissioners?
Good.
Jack?
No, I'm just saying good.
Oh, good. Okay.
I think that's a good summary to kind of start at a high level like that, so we don't get in the weeds too fast.
Yes, absolutely. All right,
And
wonderful.
just one question from me, just to
Sure.
reiterate that, because I think it's important. What are the 3 categories again that you're thinking about? Describe our relationship to a given issue.
Yeah, and so are we talking about being a connector, an advocate, or an actor?
That's
Yes,
it. Yep.
absolutely. So, and we recognize that in any of these topics, you could actually end up being all 3. And that is okay. But I think spending time really having a clear understanding of what your role is based on whatever limitations you have within the city, financial resources, human resources, and the magnitude of the issue, right? And so when we're talking about a countywide issue and having it be connected to the city, what small role or maybe large role can you play in addressing that? So a lot of that is already reflected, of course, but I want to make sure to have a pulse on that as we move forward between now and the time that we end today by 3 p.m. Thank you for that, Mayor. All right, anything else before we get ready to dive in? Okay, all right, let's do it. So let me go to our very first Padlet. And if you're not familiar with Padlet, I am all about tools and resources. You should definitely check it out. It's one of my favorite facilitation tools, particularly in the virtual space. So with that, let's go ahead and get started. Okay, give me 1 second while I'm pulling up our first document. Okay, so these are not necessarily going to be in order, which they will be in order in terms of how they're going to be laid out, but not in order in terms of how we initially plan to address these, starting with housing. So what we're going to begin with is environmental strategies, and I'm going to share my screen. Okay, can everyone see this?
Yes.
Okay, beautiful. So here, I'm going to change this really quickly because I want to make sure we're using the right language, which is connect, advocate, and act. And so the first thing that I want us to think about is take a minute and I want you to read over what's already here. And once you've had a chance to read over what's here, we're going to take some time to make sure that we have not left anything on the table. So if there's any strategies that are really important to you to add to what's already here, we're going to take some time to do that.
Mara, this is Vice Mayor Griffin. Just asking, will you be reading these out once we get to talk about them, just for the viewers who are not going to be able to follow along like that?
Oh, yes. Thank you so much for saying that. Thank you. Thank you. A great reminder for the virtual environment. So I'm going to just read these out right now. So the first is fund upgrades to the older housing stock with roofs, insulation, siding, etc. The second is to create an environmental plan, which includes measuring a base energy use across both the public functions and more broadly across the city to serve as a dashboard for regular progress. The next is to develop a citywide composting plan. The fourth is to complete the graphic packaging project. The fifth is to support community gardening initiatives. The sixth is to improve Millam Park. The seventh is programs and investments across departments and budgets that support a less energy intensive approach to executing city functions, including more efficient buildings and transportation. The eighth is electrify the city fleet, add charging stations throughout the city. The ninth is programs to assist homeowners to improve residential energy efficiency. The 10th is approval of the NFP2 overlay district map and associated zoning ordinance changes substantially as proposed. And the last one is progress on clearly delineated steps to be proposed in the city's climate plan to be released this year.
Mara, is this a point where you want us to add ideas, or if we have additional ones, or?
Yeah, that would be great. And or any discussion that we may have.
Okay. I do have a question. I don't know if this would be appropriate for Jim or whatnot, but one of the things that I struggled a little bit with this one on environmental strategies is just that I know that there's, I don't know what the right term would be, like a climate plan for the city that's forthcoming. And so I just wondered if us prioritizing is going to kind of side rail that work that's already underway, or do you think that this conversation will still has some ability to kind of guide what is prioritized in that plan?
Thank you. This is Jim Ritzma. Thank you, Commissioner Prado. Here's where I think this goes. So the plan is being prepared and will be released. I think the value today of discussion would be around once the plan's in place, and I know you don't have all the fine details of it, but that last box there, progress on clearly delineated steps, I think that captures where we need to go. Again, the plan is being prepared right now, so I don't think anything that's discussed today will derail that or anything. But I think there is value today on at least discussing beyond when it's presented, how you want to go about handling it or carrying it out.
Did that answer your question, Commissioner Prado? Okay, maybe we've lost him. It looks like
He's there. He gave us a thumbs up.
Oh, he did. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. I can't see you all right
Yeah.
now.
Oh,
Okay.
sorry.
So
This is Commissioner
one-
Pratt. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
So one thing, just for all of us that will be a little more awkward here is as we're sharing screens, we don't necessarily have it set up where we can see all of each other all the time, right? For how the screen lays out. So we'll just have to be a little careful. If you have to say, you want to say something, just sort of jump in. I won't necessarily see your hands all the time, and neither will our facilitator. So anyway, so I see, Jack, you do have your hand up.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, I was using the raise hand feature on the screen as well. Well, it seems to me that these items that are listed here, some of them are already in the works and are probably going to continue. It's just a matter of reaffirming that. But there's some other things that are much more of a heavy lift and are longer term and have yet to begin. So it would be helpful, I think, if we could just lay aside the ones that are already in the works unless somebody objects to them, and we can see if we can get some clarity on the priorities of the ones that are bigger. For example, funding upgrades to housing stock. Another one was like electrify the city fleet. Things that haven't been started yet. And the NFP thing is going to go. Complete the graphic packaging project. That's going to happen. So in a way, we could narrow this down a bit if we just did that.
Okay, great. And we will definitely do that. And before we go there, thank you for offering that up, Commissioner Urban. Let's make sure that we take some time to add anything that we feel is important to add. And if it feels complete, then it's complete. And then we can go ahead and go through that process. Because again, I think it's a great suggestion.
Hey,
May I make
Damara.
a-
Oh, sorry, Jack.
Yeah, may I make a suggestion in that regard? Programs to assist homeowners to improve residential energy efficiency is really kind of related to the very first one about fund upgrades to older housing stock. So I see those two as linked. If that helps anyone, that's great. If they really are standalone programs, then let's leave it like we have it.
Is there a consensus around that? Because I can merge those two right now. I'm seeing head nods. Okay, great. So I'm going to go ahead and do that.
And while you're doing that, Damara,
Mhm.
so as far as seeing everyone on the screen, I believe if you go up in the upper right-hand corner, click on view and do side-by-side gallery, because I can see everyone on my screen. So maybe that's the selection that needs to be done.
Yeah, I can, thank you for that. I can see more people that way. I can see 6, but beyond that, I have to scroll. Unfortunately, I think with the share screen, it condenses it. So, but I'll do my best to monitor, and I appreciate the help in monitoring it. And again, unmuting yourself to make sure that we don't miss it, because we want to ensure that all your voices are heard as much as possible throughout today. Okay, is there anything that we feel inclined to add at this point?
Well-
Yeah, Commissioner Hess?
I'm going to go to improve Millen Park, but I want all parks to be inclusive of all green spaces in Kalamazoo, that they're all improved and their most sustainable and educational perspective.
Okay, so I'm gonna put improve all parks. And did you want to add, repeat anything that you said, Commissioner? And then I'll put with a priority on Millen Parks. I think that was the point that someone was raising, that Millen, from their vantage point, now someone else may feel like there are many parks that need upgrades, and Millen Park is not the only one. So, and I think that's in part what you are illuminating right now.
Yes.
Okay.
All parks. You can leave Millen Park
Mhm.
to reflect their most sustainable and educational perspective, or
Features.
yeah,
Features.
features, educational features.
Okay, great. Thank you for that.
Hey, Jack, because your hand is up. Do you still mean it to be
No,
up?
no, I'm gonna take it down. Sorry. There we go.
Thanks for confirming that. Okay, anything else we want to add regarding environmental strategies?
Mara, this is Commissioner Pradel. I would love to add some items if I could.
Yeah, please.
So one of the things that's I've been thinking quite a bit about is that, what is the impact pandemic change sociologically, or just like from our society perspective? And one is that far more people tend to order things online, which means that far more people are, have boxes piling up, in cardboard that they're using, and people are eating more at home. So there's probably more waste, that people are producing from a home front instead of, it being at, like, say, a restaurant or something. And so
Mhm.
my thought is that I've heard a number of residents, suggest about switching to weekly recycling. And maybe this is a good time to look at that. I remember at some point somebody had mentioned that it was like $1 or $2 per household per week or something like that for recycling. And
Mhm.
I mean, so, I think in terms of like things that the public might appreciate, that's an improvement in terms of service delivery, but also something that's good for the world.
Great,
I
thank
think
you.
I don't know that this environmental strategy can exist without thinking about non-motorized modes of transportation, and getting serious about that as a community. Both from a pedestrian perspective, but also like cyclists. From tree management perspective.
So, Commissioner, just 1 second. I want to make sure that I reflect exactly what you've offered. So, in terms of focusing on what you just shared, how do you want me to frame this in terms of a strategy?
I think in terms of a strategy, continuing to prioritize non-motorized modes of transportation.
Say that last part again. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Continuing to prioritize non-motorized modes of transportation.
Okay, great. Okay.
And I just think, like, as you make safety improvements, more people are apt to maybe ride their bike to work because they don't feel the fear of, people being aggressive on the roadways or those sort of things. And so the more safe people feel to adapt to those modes of transportation or busing or those sort of things, the more likely that people are going to use those modes, which means that we're going to burn less fossil fuels in our community. So
Absolutely.
the other one that I wanted to share is the tree management. That's on my mind constantly. I live in the Millwood neighborhood, which is a very, very aging tree stock. And there is going to come a decade, probably in the foreseeable future, where, pretty much almost every tree in that neighborhood is going to be, decayed or need to be replaced or removed. And, I think in terms of like kind of a repopulating perspective or an aggressive approach to forestry and tree management in the city, so that, there's not a period where there's 2 decades where every tree in the neighborhood is like, a kind of a dwarfy little transplant, So, I mean, some of the areas of our city just have these beautiful, majestic trees, and we're kind of on the cusp of those aging out.
Yeah.
And,
That's
yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that. So I put aggressive approach to tree management, and there was another part to it that you offered.
Yeah. So I just, repopulating aging
Tree stock.
tree stock. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mhm.
Did you have more that you wanted to add?
Yeah, if it's okay.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, obviously all these aren't going to be things we decide to do, but I want to share these.
Yes, thank you.
So from both like a city facilities perspective, but also the city's fleet of vehicles, I think we should set an ambitious target date to effectively become, carbon neutral, and, maybe that's 2030 or 2035 or whatever, but we should have some sort of a, ambitious goal as a community to say, this is when we want to accomplish this together.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay.
And then the last part, I would just note that sometimes our highest energy consumption is in places that people would not expect. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, Jim, or if Director Baker is on the line, but I believe our water reclamation plant is the highest user of energy probably in the entire county, in terms of like energy consumption. And so maybe looking at those areas like that in the community, where we're just using an inordinate amount of energy to focus on energy efficiency or innovation approaches to those areas.
Great.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. You gave us so much more to think about. All right. Anything else in terms of environmental strategies?
I have something that might be related to environmental.
Okay, great.
That has to do with public health.
Mm-hmm.
In view of what's happened with COVID, since the city owns its the wastewater treatment plant that covers all of the metropolitan areas of the county, it might be worthwhile to invest in wastewater monitoring system for pathogens such as COVID-19. This has turned out to be a predictive way of determining where outbreaks are about to occur. This has been demonstrated in several places around the world. Not that that's super important, but if it's to be done, Kalamazoo is going to have to be in the center of it because it's our waste treatment plant. It requires cooperation and support from the county for funding it and all that. The public health department at the county would have to be the at least the contractor for doing the analysis, but we have the system. So I guess I'd just like to see a little box added having to do with wastewater monitoring for pathogens.
Okay, great. Hold on one second.
Tomorrow?
Okay, so I have invest in wastewater monitoring for pathogens at the wastewater treatment plant. Is
That's
that?
good. That's
Okay,
good enough.
beautiful. Thank you. All right.
Tomorrow?
Yes.
Yeah, I was wondering if Director Baker could speak some to that. I know we talked about it. Are we doing anything like that, James?
We have done a few to several sampling events that included some specific monitoring for COVID-19. When you get very specialized into, say exact, disease or strains and things like that, those analysis can take several weeks. Oftentimes that's very specific. Those of us who have had an opportunity to have COVID testing ourselves, we see that oftentimes those are 2 to 3 day turnarounds. Wastewater sample matrices are very difficult. There's a lot of things in there, and that all has to get broken out in a lab environment. Very specific. So we do have online monitors for many things like pH, many plant parameters that we can get real-time information for. But if we were to go out and do, say some survey results for, any kind of communicable diseases or something like that, that would be acute sampling events. Whereas you would go out, do the sampling, send that off, and then report back on it within 4 to 6 weeks after that. But understanding the intent, there's, many opportunities for monitoring and understanding what's happening in the system. Usually we work with public health professionals, try to go into what they're seeing out on the front lines and try to get a macro approach from that at the wastewater treatment plant.
Well, I was thinking of something. This is would take a couple of years to set up, and we probably want to have some more experience from other larger cities who may embark on this. But I was think of this as a continuously monitoring program, just like we monitor for STDs. It's just part of the mix of the things that the county does. And our role in this basically would be just to be to supply the samples and make the sampling ports available to the county. So it's the city's role is maybe key in initiating it, but in terms of actually operating it, not so much, is about the way I look at it. And this is a longer term project. But once it's in place, it would be continuous. It's not saying you would just say, okay, we're going to sample now and then we're not going to sample, because that's we can't start that now if we're just going to be doing on a temporary basis. This is something that if we do it, it would be a permanent part of monitoring our public health. That's the way I look at it.
Great. Thank you. So is everybody on the same page in terms of what Commissioner Urban has offered and the explanation that was provided by Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. Anything?
I have a question.
Yes, Commissioner.
On that. Would then it be county led and city supported, and not a priority for us? Because wouldn't the county have to make that call? Just a question.
Probably where it would end up, yes. So
Yeah.
but I think that the city needs to make its wishes known to the county, because the city's definitely part of the sampling system.
Right.
Yeah, but you bring up a good point, Commissioner Hess, and I so appreciate that, because that's exactly the way we want to be thinking about all of the work that we're going to be reflecting on today. Again, who's leading it, right? And what is our role? What role are we playing in all of this? All right, anything further we would like to add regarding environmental strategies? Okay, great. So now what we're going to do is, again, when we're thinking about what is the role of the city, the fact that you have only so many resources to leverage, and what you feel is the most important thing for the city to tackle. If you were going to vote, and before we do that, actually, let me pause that. Let's differentiate between the projects that are in the works and the projects that are going to be new, or the strategies, I should say. So anyone can interject at this point. What is a project that's already in the works so that I can color code it?
NFP2 overlay is in the works.
Okay, great.
Tamara, I would just say to staff, chime in if you know something's in the works.
Great. Yes, please. Thank you.
This is Steve Brown here. I can contribute that the forestry inventory and management plan are currently in the works and will be done this autumn, to my understanding. And that builds on work done 20 years ago by the same company. So we'll have a really unprecedented continuity in that information, leading to a citywide plan that can guide all of our planting and trimming.
Great. So what box is that reflected in, Mr. Brown?
Commissioner Pradel spoke about forestry management plan. I'm scanning
The aggressive approach to tree management, that one.
Yeah, okay, beautiful. Thank you. Okay. What else?
The Millen Park part upgraded. That's already in the works. Next year, the dam's coming down. That's just part of it. Now we are defining it as a bigger project, but an aspect of that one is in the works.
Okay. So because Millen Park, and then I also targeted or marked, I should say, the graphic packaging project, because I heard
Yes.
that is also in the works.
Yes.
Great. What else?
This is Rebecca Kick, the Director of Community Planning and Economic Development, supporting community gardening initiatives. We've done gardening kits this year, which we handed out at neighborhood associations, and we're planning to do that again next year.
Great. Thank you so much. What else?
Well, this is Deputy City Manager Jeff Chamberlain. The top right corner, continue to prioritize non-motorized. That is an ongoing effort for the city of Kalamazoo.
Great, thank you.
May I interject something here, just to, because it's an opportune time?
Please.
One of them might be, do we really want to replace the Inkster Street bridge with a roadway, or should we put a pedestrian bike bridge there instead, or no bridge? If we're really serious about making the area more pedestrian and bike friendly. Because that bridge has been replaced twice in my career here, and they do a wooden bridge again, we're going to have the problem again.
Mm-hmm.
Just a thought.
Is that,
Jack, your hand is up.
Sorry. There.
is that
Commiss-
environmental or is that infrastructure?
It has to do with bikes.
Oh, okay.
Maybe a zip line, Jack.
Yeah, I'm full of ideas.
Right. One of the things that I know I had included in my response to our survey was this idea about thinking about identifying larger areas, perhaps in the city, where energy generation, installation could occur, perhaps something of a larger scale. Not sure if I see that in here.
No, it's not. So I'm reflecting it right now, though. Identify larger areas in the city where
where
give me-
I would say I'm not sure what the best word is, but a commercial size energy generation capacity could be installed.
It's
Thinking about solar farms, on maybe on brownfield sites that we can't use otherwise.
Yes.
Okay, great. So thank you so much for making sure that we reflected that. Okay, anything else that's already in the works?
I believe if somebody on staff could speak to this, but I believe the environmental plan is in the works. Bottom right corner.
Great, thank you. Is that accurate that the environmental plan is in the works?
Oh, yes.
Okay, beautiful. All right, so that has been highlighted. Anything else in terms of projects currently in the works? And then I'm gonna say these out loud again so that so that we can hear them and the community that's tuning in, of course, can hear them. Okay, so
One more thing, Tamara.
Oh, please.
We have electrified the city fleet, but we just at the last meeting approved the biodiesel project. So that's not necessarily electrification, but it is keeping carbon dioxide out of the air. So I don't know if that should be reflected, but electrify and maybe upgrade. I don't know what the word would be. Electrify and improve this, make the city fleet more environmentally friendly. It's right. It's in the. I'm pointing to my screen. It's already in there. It's a current.
Oh yes, so it's here. So you're wanting. I saw that, but are you wanting me to just include the part about bio?
Well, it continue to make the city fleet more environmentally friendly, because there are some, like the larger trucks and so on, that aren't available electrically yet.
Got it. Thank you.
Tamara, if I may, this is Director Baker from staff.
Yes.
I think we've got approximately 3 boxes on this. There's the electrify the city fleet. There was something about a net zero. I may be using the wrong terminology. And then the comment just now from Commissioner Haas. But essentially all those boxes could be under one, which would be, to reduce emissions of city fleet. And there are many ways to go about that. One of which is the electrification. Another one would be alternative fuels that reduce emissions. And so we work towards that goal, and depending on the vehicle use platform and objective need for that vehicle, that could look a little bit different.
Mm-hmm. Great. So then thank you for offering that, Mr. Baker. Can you tell me exactly, I reflected reduce emissions of city fleet as the overarching, and can you see my screen right now?
I think your screen might go lower than what we can see.
Okay, hold on. Let's see if I can. What about now?
Yes, we can see everything.
Okay, beautiful. So if you could point out those boxes to me specifically, that would be really helpful so that I can color code them. Are you still with me?
Sure.
I'm still with you.
Oh, okay.
Continue to make the city fleet more environmentally friendly, adding charging stations throughout the city.
Correct.
Okay, so this is the one that falls under reduce emissions of city fleet. This the only one? Because I thought that you had identified 3.
There
Well,
were
one wasn't
more,
even
and
on
I
there
don't.
yet.
There were more. I don't know if the boxes got moved or changed.
I think they moved off one side of the screen.
Okay, so I'm gonna read these out loud, and then we're gonna figure out this piece. Okay, so let me start with the projects that are already in the works. Support community gardening initiatives is the first one. The second one is to improve all parks and Millen Park to reflect their most sustainable and educational features. The third is to continue to prioritize non-motorized modes of transportation. The fourth is approval of the NFP2 overlay district map and associated zoning. The fifth is take an aggressive approach to tree management and repopulating the aging tree stock. The sixth is to complete graphic packaging project. And the seventh is to create an environmental plan, which includes measuring a base energy use across both the public functions and more broadly across the city. So those are the ones that are already in the works. Along with, which is the first one that I heard falls under reduce emissions of city fleet, which is continue to make the city fleet more environmentally friendly, add charging stations throughout the city. So did you hear any of those from the ones that I just shared that would fall under reduced emissions of city fleet?
Yes, I think the pink box captures that.
Okay, and so that's the only one that captures that?
Correct.
Okay, and so you're suggesting that maybe we just reframe it to reduce the emissions of city fleet?
I think we give options for what that looks like, which could be electrification, converting to electric vehicles, and that may also include alternative fuel sources.
There were more boxes, but I don't know where they went. Because there was that electrification box, electrify city fleet, but I don't see that anymore.
That was that box.
Yeah, it was.
Was it? I see. Okay, got it.
It's ready
Yep.
and changed.
All the boxes are here, but we're just updating in real time.
Got it.
Yeah, and so things are moving quickly, but please stop me at any point to make sure that we're on the same page as we go through this process. All right, so we have electrification and city fuel to reduce transmission. Okay. And I'll go back in and we'll make sure that everything's spelled correctly and all that good stuff. Okay, so
Says reduced transmission. There's no change in transmission. It would be
Emissions.
or alternative fuels.
okay, so reduce emissions of city fleet and then city fuel to alter.
I would just say where you have electrification and then comma would just have alternative fuels.
Alternative fuels to reduce emission.
Yeah, and reduce emissions already at the top. So
You don't need it again. No.
Period. Yep.
Got it. Okay, great. Thank you. All right, so now I'm going to read off what is not in the works, but what is being proposed as a strategy. So the first is to identify larger areas in the city where a commercial size energy generator capacity could be installed. For example, solar farms on brownfield sites that can't be used otherwise. The second one is to invest in wastewater monitoring for pathogens at the wastewater treatment plant. The third is to switch to weekly recycling. The fourth is to look at high use energy areas to focus on energy efficiency or innovative approaches to those areas. The fifth is to fund upgrades to the older housing stock with roofs, insulation, siding, etc. The sixth is programs and investments across departments and budgets that support a less energy intensive approach to executing city functions. The seventh is to set an ambitious target date to become carbon neutral. The eighth is progress on clearly delineated steps to be proposed in the city's climate plan. And the last one is to develop a citywide composting plan.
Tomorrow.
Yes.
I have a question for clarification.
Just a reminder, this is David Anderson. Just always say your name when you ask a question.
Thank
It's a
you.
reminder for all of us. So.
Yeah, this is
Thank
Jim.
you.
This is Jim Ritzma. Question for clarification. We have on one box talking about a climate plan, and then the other one talking about an environmental plan. Are those referring to the same plans, or, and I guess Director Kick might be able to answer that.
Yeah, that's a great question.
The plan this is Director Kick from Community Planning and Economic Development. The plan we are working on is actually called the Sustainability Plan, which encompasses both climate and environment.
Okay.
Oh, great. So we'll combine those two. Okay. So we're going to put complete the sustainability plan. And then we'll remove this other box that references. Yeah, we'll move the other box in just a little bit. Okay, so any other questions?
Not for me.
Okay, great. So before we go through a prioritization process, we've already said that the things that are in the yellow boxes are not going to suffer as a result of prioritizing some new initiatives, right? This work is going to continue, it's going to be completed. So I just want to verify that before we go through the prioritization process.
Right.
Tamara, may I ask a question?
Please.
Okay, so we now have the sustainability plan box, and then right adjacent to it at the bottom of the next column, we have the progress on clearly delineated steps to be proposed in the city's climate plan. I would suggest that that's actually referencing the city's sustainability plan. So yes. I don't know if that's a separate box or not, but.
No, it was actually the box I was looking for to eliminate. And so I'm going to just delete this box. And then that way we're not confused as we go through the voting process. Thank you for that. All right. So it looks like everything is completely cleaned up. We've separated out what is currently happening, what will continue. And so now what we're going to be voting on are the white boxes. Okay. Can everyone see the white boxes? You should be able to see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You should be able to see 8 boxes.
Yep.
8 white boxes. Beautiful. Yep. All right. So again, keeping in mind limited resources, what you feel is absolutely the most essential thing that's going to provide the greatest impact in the city. I want you to select your top 3. Okay. So you're voting on your top 3 in the white boxes.
Tamara, this is Commissioner Cradle. I just have a kind of a clarifying question. So I know we've identified the things that we're working on, but you know, and this might be a question for city staff as well. But I guess my concern is this: depending on where things are being worked on, if we choose additional priorities beyond what's being worked on, are we in any way going to cause issues with, you know, completion or pace of the priorities that are already highlighted? And then I guess a second question would be, you know, is there anything wrong with us voting and prioritizing on the things that we're already working on, but under the desire of accelerating that work?
Yeah. So there's a couple things. I mean, what you've raised, the first part of your question is the same thing that Commissioner Urban raised earlier, which is why we went through this separation process, right? To highlight what's actually happening, what are new things that are going to be happening. And then the question was, you know, if we do anything other than what's already happening, is this going to stifle the progress or the completion or whatever that might be? And I guess it's one and the same. And we were told no. And then that's where I started with before we went through this process to say, is this indeed true? Which is why I said, well, we just won't vote on these. But I also am not tied to that at all. You know, if we feel that it makes sense to vote on both of these separately, it's also really important to make sure that the city staff that are going to be operationalizing all of this have a very clear idea of what it is that's most important to the commission body, right?
Yeah.
So I think the first question is, can we be rest assured that everything in the yellow boxes, and this is really for the city staff, is going to still happen based on adding new priorities in the white boxes, whatever it is that we land on. So let's start there, and we'll open it up to city staff in whatever way that feels right, city manager.
And Tamara, if I could, again, this is Commissioner Pradel again, but, you know, to me, like a good example is the sustainability plan. I mean, to me, that's, you know, tantamount to everything that we're talking about here. So like, you know, I'd rather everybody devote all the resources to getting that done, so we actually have a roadmap, you know, to make all this stuff happen, than, you know, prioritize a bunch of things before we even have a plan that the public's had a chance to dissect. And, you know, I don't know, it just a thought. But yeah, I'm not trying to diminish this work, but I just want to make sure that we're being thoughtful and not expanding to a point that, you know, we're a mile wide and inch thick on everything, you know, instead of actually, you know,
Right.
getting some things done or moving it forward. And I think part of that too is like some of these things might be underway. Okay, well, maybe we're, you know, talking about emissions with our fleet, but do we have any ambitious targets about when we want to accomplish that work? Or, you know, be bold and say, you know, we want to do this before any other communities in the state of Michigan, or, you know, I don't know. Like I wouldn't mind having some conversation around that.
Yeah. So there's a couple things that I want to say. I mean, the first is that the latter part of what you said is really, I mean, once you as a commission body decide this is what it is that we want to focus on, then it's really the city leadership's job to operationalize that, figure out what are the right projects and action steps that are going to carry this forward. What is the right size timeline? And I think this is where whatever needs to happen internally, right, to create that communication loop is really important. But also this idea around like, whose lane is it? And the lane, you know, of our work is to first and foremost, as you know, right, ascertain what are the most important priorities that the commission body wants to take on. And then what does the commission need from the city staff in order to make it become a reality? Because if we start to answer some of those questions, like we get down in the weeds, right? And some of this we could argue may already be a little bit in the weeds. But I do think that regardless though, it's all really good work to be documented and reflected. And if we decide that there's something that fits more in action, then let's put it there. But then the other thing that you said that I think is really important are the principles that we started this conversation with, right? So from your vantage point, this sustainability plan, that's everything. And if you complete that, that's where a lot of this work can happen. And so when we talk about deep impact or scattered impact, what I'm hearing from you is that you really feel like that's a deep impact issue, right? And it's an important part of the conversation. So what I don't want to do though is, and this is for all of us to manage together, is to begin to go down a road, if we want to have more generative dialogue, for example, about something that could actually hinder us from landing on what the priorities are, right? So I think we want to be able to balance how much time do we really need to spend talking about it right now to land on what those priorities are, and how much time do we need to spend talking elsewhere that maybe we could identify a next step. So I know I just said a lot, and I want to pause right here if you want to jump in, Commissioner Pradel or anyone else at this juncture.
I'd like to jump in and simply pretty much reinforce what Commissioner Pradel was saying. Is to summarize what the last 5 minutes of conversation is, basically of these items that are in yellow, completing the sustainability plan is the one that the city commissioners probably have the most impact, are getting the most input from the public on. This is the one that the public has been asking for of all these things. This is a general thing that, from the point of the view of the commission, this is the overarching way of directing the other stuff that's in yellow. So with the understanding that that's kind of like the head of that list, we could go on with the next step of what you have in plans.
Yeah. And so what you're saying is that you are in agreement that the sustainability plan, when you say it, that's what that you feel it should be a priority, right?
Yeah, that's first and foremost. It helps all the others.
Okay, great. And hopefully that will show up, right, from the collective body. So thank you so much for affirming that. Commissioner Pradell, you wanted to get back in there as well. I don't want to, I said a lot in response to what you shared, and I want to make sure to create some space if there's something else you wanted to say.
No, I'm struggling a little bit because again, I'm not saying this to be negative or anything. I'm just saying this to be more realistic. Like, I feel like if I'm city staff right now and I'm sitting here listening on this on the call, I'm thinking to myself, like, I've got all these things that haven't even really necessarily happened to full fruition yet, but they're underway. And, I need, maybe some level of affirmation to say, like, yeah, keep working on that, full tilt, or, keep prioritizing that sort of thing. But, I might be listening to this and saying, oh my gosh, added 5 more things. Like, we haven't even dented, the 5 things that we're working on right now that are up there on the board. And so I think that's the part that I'm just, I don't know if I maybe just need some reassurance or some perspective to understand, like, where everybody on city staff feels, like, is there the bandwidth to add more?
Yes. And this is a great question. And it looks like, Rebecca, did you want to jump in on this?
Yeah, I just wanted to just clarify something just quickly, like, number one, that the sustainability plan is our staff's priority as well. And coming off of 2020, we're working really hard to get that adopted this year. So again, that has risen to our priority. And secondly, just to clarify, any new things would have to go through the budget process. Right. We really do need time as staff to be able to digest and understand what the timelines for all of these new things are. But Chris, it's critically important that we know what the priorities are so we can set those into motion for the future in 2022, 23, 24. So don't think you're adding something to my plate this fall and it has to be done in October, but that, wow, it's really important that you guys start planning for, start thinking about, begin considering, set the table for these things to come forward. And then staff really knows what you're thinking. You're setting that vision and you're getting into the planning of the long-term projects that we already know take 2 to 3 years sometimes to implement. But if we don't know from the start, like, where we need to begin focusing that planning effort, we rely heavily on our plans. Like you mentioned before, we're going to look at the sustainability plan. Many of these things are coming out at, rising to the top in that plan as well. And so how can we incorporate them and set those priorities again for the future, and come back to the mayor, come back to the commissioners with, here's what we can do as a timeline. So not freaking out too bad, just love to hear your thoughts about what is the biggest priorities for the commission, and again, how can staff help you understand what our timelines could be and what those budgets are that we would need to implement.
Maybe I'm not, sorry, this is Commissioner Prale again. I'm not trying to be a pain in the tail here. I guess what I'm trying to say is there's a number of things that are underway that are a priority to me personally. And so I understand the need to, like, have a prioritization of what we want to accomplish. What I'm struggling with is that if some of the things that are underway are already a major priority for me personally, as somebody who has helped in casting that vision, but we're not voting on whether to include that as something that we want to like prioritize in the 2020 budget. You know, maybe prioritizing means that we want to double the amount of funding that is going towards reducing emissions in our fleet. But we're not considering, like, you know, basically we're removing those things from, you know, what we're prioritizing. So I don't know if I'm conveying that correctly, if that's making sense.
Well, I think you're saying two things. I think you're saying that now you're saying two things, right? That you may want to more heavily invest in the areas, the boxes in yellow, right? The projects that are already happening, go deeper in these areas. And so to prioritize those separate from the prioritization of the new things, you feel like you may be missing something that is actually more impactful for you. That's in part. Okay, so that's one piece. The other piece that you said is that you're worried about capacity. Well, and I appreciate what Rebecca said, because you know, a conversation I had yesterday during my last planning session to prepare for today's session was that even though, yes, this commission body, this work is going to feed into 2020, we know that technically that this work is really about the collective plan for 2025, and that this work could even continue beyond that, right? And that each new commission body is really there to help to further refine the good work that you all are doing right now as we speak, right? So it is about the build on of the work that's already been done, not the starting over, right? And I think this is an important piece that should really be highlighted, because if not, then mentally we feel, oh, we've only got till 2022, right? I'm not saying you're saying any of that. We've only gotten to 2022. Like, what's going to, no, technically you're laying the groundwork for years to come, right? But the way that the next commission body comes in, whoever that may be, they may conceptualize it different. They may conceptualize it completely the same, right? We don't know any of that, but what we do know is that this work can be a build on. So I think we're talking about two separate things. And so my hope is that we can put aside the capacity part for now, but that we can contend in what you have raised before we go through the prioritization process, because this is important, not just for environment, it's going to be important for every single one that we approach where there are projects already in the works, right? So I want to open it up to you and any other commissioner that wants to chime in at this juncture.
That's a good summary.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Jean Hess here. Just wondering, a question perhaps for Director Kick, where I'm looking at set an ambitious target date to become carbon neutral. I wonder if that's actually been a discussion in the sustainability plan. And if I'm voting that, yeah, I think we need to have an end date. I think we need to have a goal and a vision. But if that's a part of the current sustainability plan thought, then that can kind of be weaved into that box.
Absolutely. Very, very good point, Commissioner Hess.
So one thing about the carbon neutral analysis, Commissioner Hess, has been really needing a regional plan, really needing something that was beyond the city. And I know that it's kind of been in and out of the sustainability plan in terms of how to set that bar just for the city without, trying to consider the county and again, like the region, because like traffic, carbon emissions don't have boundaries. So it's been a hearty discussion, and I know that it's still continuing, but how we get it into this particular sustainability plan is, I believe, still up as a question.
Okay.
So would it make sense with considering setting this ambitious target date to become carbon neutral could fit? I mean, are we saying that it could fit? And if so, could we, even though we may not know exactly what the connectivity is, could we put it there for now for voting purposes? Or do we see it as distinctly separate?
Yeah, I think that if we see it as separate, that then we become a separate entity, which Director Kick just alluded to. So we do have to work regionally. That's probably where we would be a connector rather than the actor. So I'm unsure whether to make that a subset of the sustainability plan.
Yeah, at this time, Commissioner Hess, I would keep it separate as opposed to folding it in, because again, I think the goals for our sustainability plan are all reaching that way, but it's not setting the actual target. So I think that's an important distinction.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you for that. All right. So keeping in mind what we said about voting, what does the commission want to do? Do we want to vote on our top 3 priorities collectively? Or maybe for this, because there's so many, maybe we could say top 5 collectively? Or do we want to separate them out and do top 3 for the projects that are already happening and the projects or the strategies, excuse me, that people would like to see come to fruition?
Can I have a suggestion? Could we just take a moment to write down in rank order our own priorities, and then we feed those back to you orally, and then we do kind of like a ranking of those ranks from each of our votes. In other words, all the ones that have the most number 1 votes end up being number 1. The ones that have the most number 2 votes become, and the ones that were number 1 that didn't make it in the first round might make it in the second round.
Great. Well, yeah, that's certainly the intention. So thank you for that. That is certainly our intention. But what I'm trying to ascertain before we do that is, do we want to vote on all of these together and determine top 5 individually? And then again, you can report back to me. So thank you for that suggestion. And then, or do we want to vote on these separate?
Tamara, I think it would, this is Jim Ritzma. I think it would be beneficial to do them all together versus separate.
Great.
And then we can take that information into the 2022 budget development.
All right, let's do it then, unless I hear any objections. So we're going to have 5 because there are so many that we're working with in terms of environmental. You're going to go ahead and vote on your top 5. And once you determine what those are, all the commissioners, we're going to go through box by box and get our numbers. Okay, so when you're done, if you could just give me a thumbs up. And you don't have to rate these in terms of importance, just across the board, top 5. Okay, does anybody need more time? Okay, it looks like we are done. So 4, identify larger areas in the city where a commercial size energy generator. If you voted for that, please let me know. Go ahead and just put your hands up. I've got 1, 2. All right, looks like I've got 2 for that one. Okay.
This is Clyde Robinson, City Attorney. Are these votes observable by the public? Because you can't have a secret ballot, if you will. Individuals have to know which commissioners are supporting what priorities so that they know. And so you can't do a secret ballot in essence.
Good point.
That's a good point, Clyde. But just to jump in, we used to do these in a big room and we just walked around with a package of dots and stuck them on things. So there's no way to tell there either, but I get it. I guess. Well,
I could observe commissioners, and I don't know if the commissioners had different colored dots, but certainly people had the opportunity to observe commissioners sticking dots. And I know we've done a variety of things so as to make sure that it is a transparent.
I'm not disagreeing. Sure. Sounds good.
Okay, so
one of the votes.
It was Mayor Anderson and Jack Urban who are in support of identifying larger areas in the city where a commercial size energy generator capacity could be installed. And Commissioner Hess, are you voting on this as well? Okay, wonderful. All right.
I couldn't find that.
Okay, no worries at all. All right, so we have 3 votes, including Commissioner Hess for that one. All right, so complete graphic packaging project. If you are in support and this is one of your top 5 priorities, go ahead and raise your hand. Okay, I see Commissioner Urban is in support.
This is Vice Mayor Griffin. Can I ask for a point of clarity on the graphics packaging?
Please.
What exactly? Just for a little clarity around that.
Yeah, does anyone want to inject about what we mean by completing this project?
I don't know who proposed that. I mean,
I think
it's ongoing monitoring.
Yeah. Jim Ritzma here.
Abatement, yeah.
Okay.
With Jim Ritzma here, with regards to graphic packaging, we have the project itself, and when it was brought forward last year, there was question about the continuation of a tax abatement and whether that should be done. And there were some milestones that needed to be accomplished for them to come back and get more years on that tax abatement. In my mind, that's, as it touches the city commission, that's what this is about. Unless whoever offered it up thinks otherwise.
Okay. All right. So then with that, do we want to include that in our vote or do we want to just kind of tuck that aside?
Put it aside.
Okay. All right. So then I'm going to change the color of this really quickly so that I know. Okay. Okay, great. All right, so then the next one is to complete the sustainability plan. I'm just going to leave it at that, not read everything else. So if you are prioritizing completing the sustainability plan, go ahead and raise your hand. I've got Commissioner Hess, Commissioner Urban, Mayor Anderson, Vice Mayor Griffin, and Commissioner Pradell. All right, beautiful. All right, so the next one is to invest in wastewater monitoring for pathogens at the wastewater treatment plant. If this is one of your priorities, go ahead and raise your hand. Okay. The next one is to switch to weekly recycling. If this is one of your priorities, go ahead and raise your hand. Okay. The next is to support community gardening initiatives. Top 5, raise your hand.
Sorry, Mara, this is Commissioner Pradell. I would like to vote for.
Say that one more time. I'm sorry,
Mara.
Commissioner.
I'm sorry, this is Commissioner Pradell. I was raising my hand for the weekly recycling.
Oh, okay. I was actually looking at you for a while and I didn't see you raise your hand. I knew you had provided that recommendation. So I thought, well, maybe he just decided this was not actually most important. So
No, I apologize. I think I might have frozen, so I apologize.
no worries. Okay, so Commissioner Pradell is in support of switching to weekly recycling. Any other commissioners? Okay, thank you. The next is approval of the NFP2 overlay district map and associated zoning ordinance changes substantially as proposed. We've got Commissioner Urban and Commissioner Pradell, Vice Mayor Griffin, Commissioner Haas, and Mayor Anderson. Wonderful. All right, so the next one is look at high use energy areas to focus on energy efficiency or innovation approaches to those areas. If this is one of your top 5, go ahead and raise your hand. Okay, it looks like Vice Mayor Griffin is in support of looking at high use energy areas. And let me just scan one more time to make sure I didn't miss anyone. Okay, great. The next is to develop a city-wide composting plan. If this is one of your top 5, go ahead and raise your hand. Okay, it looks like Commissioner Urban is in support of developing a citywide composting plan along with Vice Mayor Griffin. Okay. The next one is to have programs and investments across departments and budgets that support a less energy intensive approach to executing city functions, including more efficient buildings and transportation. If it's one of your top 5, go ahead and raise your hand, please. Okay, Mayor Anderson, Vice Mayor Griffin, Commissioner Urban. Great, are in support of programs and investments across departments and budgets. All right. Great. I think Mayor Anderson, we had you in for programs and
Good
investments.
question. Are we each keeping track of whether we're using 5 or more votes?
Okay, so I'm thank you. My hope is, and I'm trusting all of us to only vote 5 times. So I am not tracking it, but I am trusting. I am trusting you to only vote 5 times. So I'm just going to assume at this point we have not exceeded that.
These
All
numbers don't add up. I'm asking for a whole election audit.
Hopefully they will add up. Hopefully.
Tamara,
All right.
Tamara, this is Commissioner Pradell. I don't know if I froze or missed it, but did we skip over reduce emissions for city fleet?
I did.
Oh, yes. Thank you so much. That was an oversight. Okay. So in terms of reducing emissions of city fleet, using electrification, alternate fuels, et cetera, if this is one of the things that you support in your top 5, go ahead and raise your hand. Commissioner Hess, Mayor Anderson, and Commissioner Pradell. Okay, great. Okay, so the next one is to set an ambitious target date to become carbon neutral by 2030, 35 maybe. If this is one of your top 5, go ahead and raise your hand. Okay, I'm not seeing any votes on that. Let me know if I missed you. The next one is continuing to prioritize non-motorized modes of transportation. If this is one of your top 5, go ahead and raise your hand. Vice Mayor Griffin is in support of this. And Commissioner Pradell. All right, great. The next one is to the approval of the NFP2 overlay district map. This is one of your top 5. Oh, I think we already voted on that. Thank you. It kind of, it reconfigures every time that I save a box. And so that's how I missed something and yeah, so please bear with me in this virtual space. Let's see, we already did that. Okay, improve all parks. If you're in support of improving all parks, emphasizing Millen Park, go ahead and give me a raise of your hand. Okay, I'm not seeing any votes for that. Let me know if I missed you. All right, the next one is to have an aggressive approach to tree management and repopulating the aging tree stock. If this is one of your top 5, go ahead and raise your hand. Okay, we've got Commissioner Urban. Okay, it looks like just Commissioner Urban. All right. The next one is, I think actually, okay, it looks like our last one is to fund upgrades to the older housing stock with roofs, insulation, siding, etc. If this is one of your top 5, go ahead and give me a raise of your hand, please. Okay, Commissioner Hess, Mayor Anderson, Commissioner Urban. Okay, great, is in support of that. All right, wonderful. So we are done with environmental strategies. I want to bring your attention to one more thing before we take our first 5-minute break. Let's see. Actually, we're going to take a 5-minute break and we're going to come back and we're going to look at what success looks like from an environmental standpoint, because it'll take me a second. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen. We will have 5 minutes. It's 11:27. If we could come back promptly at 11:32, I would greatly appreciate it. See y'all soon.
Yeah, I'm coming. Yeah, he's coming in. No.
All right, it looks like folks are slowly but surely coming back in. Thank you for that.
Mara,
Yes.
I just want to have folks know that if I didn't vote for something, it doesn't mean I don't support it.
Thank you. Thank you. And let me put my headphones back on to make sure that you all can hear me. Okay. Yes, thank you for that. Right, because it's so hard. It's not an easy position to be in, right? To say these are the things that are most dear to my heart, you know, for the betterment of the city. And so the fact that you're illuminating to your colleagues that no, like I care about other things, but these are the things that are actually most important to me right now. So thank you for saying that.
I think terminology is pretty important to your point too, Gene, because it's not about whether you support something or not. It's about the fact that we're prioritizing, you know, and, you know, I mean, there could be a lot of reasons why you don't vote on something. I didn't vote on the housing stock because I felt like that would be a conflict of interest with the work I do for my day job. So, you know, I mean, there's reasons why somebody might not have voted for something. And so I appreciate you lifting that up, Commissioner Hess.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Tamara?
absolutely. Yes.
Tamara, Jim Ritzma here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how we're doing on time, you know, because we've got, what, 3 more of these to go through. One thought I have.
Yes.
The strategies are very helpful to staff because those are kind of the big level. Once we get into tactics, I think that would be better served in a separate, maybe in a committee of the whole around that topic versus trying to get through the tactics today on each one. You following me?
Yeah, no, we're not going to spend any time on tactics
Okay,
at all.
good. Thank you.
Thank you. If we did that, we would need probably the whole weekend, if not more time. So we will be, I will be grateful, and I know we will, to get to prioritization across all of these. And so you saw how much it took for one. So we have a lot, but we're strapped in now, right? We are revved up and ready to go. So thank you so much for saying that. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen with you all again, because I want to just share with you successes, and we're not going to spend a lot of time here, but I want to make sure that we have an opportunity to reflect on from a framework, and I'm going to change this again to what it needs to be, ACT, AFK. Oh, ACT, AFK plan, just one second. Okay. So when you think about what the top 5 are, and I probably need to take a look at that really quickly so I can illuminate that. And I'll do that at the very end when we get ready to do the wrap up. So in terms of how this document is color coded, what's in salmon or, you know, pink or however it is that you're saying it are what I've identified are things that are really big areas to focus on, right? And this whole question around what is the role of the city? How much can the city actually do within these pink boxes? And I'm going to say what those are right now. So in terms of, you know, having clean, safe neighborhoods that you can navigate throughout the city, safe housing for all citizens, and safe housing for all citizens who desire it. That's not necessarily something that the city can control, right? There, you can play a part in that in some way. You can use your resources that we've already identified, but it's just one of those things that I wanted to illuminate in terms of having us think about, again, what is within our lane that we can actually do. The other one is evidence that the community is on a path for a sustainable future. And so this whole idea around, well, gosh, how do we measure that? How much can we control in terms of what that success looks like, which is really a beautiful success. All of these are, but again, what role does the city play in that? The next one is closing the 14-year life expectancy gap between residents living in 49007 and their community counterparts. So this, of course, is driven by data. This is a real data point that is a travesty when we think about it in our community. And again, what role can the city play through the initiatives and the resources that they have to move the needle on this? And then the last one is a community that has made demonstrable and substantive progress in the area of energy efficiency. And again, how much is in the realm of control for the city. So then the other, what's in the blue box, all lead pipes and paint replaced, removed. Is that something that the city actually wants to take on? Does that make sense for the city to take on? How much money would it cost for the city to do this when we're talking about all for residential, along with, I'm assuming, commercial within the city as well? And then the other 4 boxes are things that are things that I identify that are definitely within the realm of control in terms of success. So the first is completion of current projects in the pipeline, planning in place for the possible location of significant energy generating capacity in partnership with those with capacity and expertise and otherwise unused areas of the city. Yeah, that's what you shared, Mayor Anderson. That's where this is reflected in terms of success. Okay, so good. We didn't actually miss it. The next one is achieve consensus on what is to be done to control speeding and aggressive driving throughout the city. The next is the deployment of electric vehicles into the city vehicle fleet. And the next is completion of the environmental plan. So really what I want to do here is just have some discussion about brief generative discussion about success in terms of environment and what was just shared. So what thoughts do you have, Commission Body?
I see Jack. There you go, Jack.
Well, I think in terms of input to the city commission of these items that are listed right here, aside from the life expectancy gap one, something that a lot of us hear a lot about is speeding and aggressive driving throughout the city. A lot of us hear a lot of complaints about that, and that's an ongoing quality of life problem that is keeps surfacing. I think in being to show responsiveness to our citizens, I think that getting consensus on what is to be done to control speeding and aggressive driving, I think is something that I would put high on my list.
In terms of success?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So other thoughts that folks have around success?
Well, evidence that the community is on a path for a sustainable future, that's going to be kind of hard to, it's going to be kind of in the eyes of the beholder whether the evidence is sufficient. That certainly is important. And but getting into the weeds about what evidence is required and what time frame, that's just something that's bigger than something we can handle today.
Yes,
so
yeah,
it's important,
absolutely.
But to quantitate that, I don't know how you do it.
Well, and that's why it's a salmon box, because it's not necessarily within your wheelhouse to be able to move. You can play a small part in that, but there are so many moving parts of that. So again, we don't need to spend a lot of time on this because the priorities alone really speak to the outcomes that we're, aspiring towards and what success may look like. And what I can do is match up these environmental success boxes with the priorities that you've outlined so that we have like an indicator, right? That's already been fleshed out through this process. So again, I didn't want to spend a lot of time on this. I just wanted us to take a look at it to make sure that we were thinking about what's in our realm of control and what's not. And also, an acknowledgement that some of these will probably merit some much deeper discussion around, right? When we're talking about areas like the 14-year life expectancy gap, for example. And so before you jump in, Commissioner Urban, I want to give some time for some other commissioners if they want to speak, and then I'll definitely come back to you. All right, so Commissioner Hess.
Help me out with the blue on lead pipes and paint replaced and removed. And if that's truly, I believe it should be a priority. And can we hear from city staff and directors as to where we are at that point? Are we a quarter through with that? And what is the timeline for completion of that project? And what would it take really quickly?
Thank
Two
you for that.
parts.
What city staff wants to chime in on this?
Director Baker?
Yes, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
I'm trying to find my button to turn my camera on. I've moved my screens around here. I apologize. So,
We can hear you.
all right, I'll just go ahead. There it is. All right. So, obviously these are separate things, right? The lead paint is separate from the lead pipes. The lead pipes, I want to remind folks that we've got the pipe that goes from the water main in the street, then to the house inside the basement. That's the city pipe, if you will. That's called the lead service line. Homes may have pipes in their walls, in their basement. Those are residential owned pipes. We are not talking about that in our work plan, our progress. So that pipe component goes along with the lead paint component. So those would be homeowner responsibility or owner responsibility for what we call interior plumbing, and then the lead paint portion of it. So staying just onto the lead service lines that the city's going to replace. We've replaced 2,509 to date since 2015. We are on a 20-year program, really, that's going to span all the way until 2037, 2038. So we've got, approximately 17 years ahead of us yet to continue with this program.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank
Yeah.
you, Director Baker.
Just to emphasize the way Director Baker referred to this blue item is the only one that the city has total control over is the lead service lines. Things having to do with paint, that's the homeowner's responsibility, the property owner's responsibility primarily. And that's kind of in a separate category. We could be a collaborator, an advocator, but we're not going to be an actor on that one.
Yeah.
Point of information, though, Commissioner Urban, I do believe that's part of our housing strategy. And I know KNHS is conducting a significant amount of that work on lead in the home remediation, especially for those with household children under 5. And I would also add, in terms of that component, I mean, we have an incredibly high lead rate in children for our community. And, that's going to largely be exacerbated by the pandemic because you have children who are spending far more time in the home. And then you're also having less children who are being tested because of result of the pandemic. So, I would make that case, but I don't know if somebody from city staff can share about that lead in the home in the program work that we're doing with that.
Director Kick.
Hi, this is Rebecca, Director of Community Planning and Economic Development. We have a 3-year housing and urban development grant called the Lead Hazard Program that we are in partnership with Kalamazoo Neighborhood Housing Services. And to date, we have cleared 4 homes of 72 because of 2020 severely inhibiting our work. But we currently have 8 pending applications in various stages. And then we also have 13 other units under contract. So again, we are going to accomplish at least 72 units within the next, by 2023, that would be cleared for lead paint. And this is the first time we've had this grant in the city of Kalamazoo. So we're hoping for another successful application in the future.
Great. Thank you for that, Rebecca Kick. So I'm changing this to sustainability plan on here in terms of outcome and success. Anything else? Again, I don't want to spend a lot of time here, but it gives us an opportunity to get, any questions that we need answered. And again, to just be realistic about what success can actually look like based on what our scope is.
So Tamara, this is David Anderson. For me, success is that just the concept of awareness of our environmental impact becomes just incorporated into our regular budgeting. It's not like an extra thing we have to add on. That's just kind of part and parcel of the work that we do. So that as that insinuates itself into our work, I see that as success, where that's just part of our budgeting process. And that would be based on something that we do have total control over, which is just looking at the city, city infrastructure, not broadly the whole community, but directly responsible infrastructure for the city, where we can measure our carbon footprint, establish a baseline, and then we can watch our success relative to that baseline. So that would be a way that we can think about it and then measure ourselves, as I guess I'd call it a somewhat internal activity. And then broadly, I see success that if there are activities that more broadly affect the community, where we can see we're making a difference through grants and through other work, that we'll be able to measure our success related to homes being more energy efficient, or what Director Kick just talked about, homes being lead free, that kind of thing.
Yes. Okay. I'm just reflecting that right here. I reflected environmental planning is integrated into our budgeting process. And then I'm putting determine how we ensure our success, our success
internal, so to speak, or
based on indirect. Is it indirect support of environmental environmental?
It probably is direct support, actually.
Okay.
I mean, this grant is direct support, really.
So to partners, right, who are working on environmental issues.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Okay, that's really clear. All right, so we're gonna move on from this. What's in the white box, what's in the pink are gonna be things that we keep, but they're not really within our ability to measure or in our ability to move the needle on a whole lot. And the white boxes are things. The only thing that I wanted to clarify really quickly is the deployment of electric vehicles into the city vehicle fleet. Is that something that I'm assuming the city can control it? And is that something that the needle can be moved on by 2025, for example?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, beautiful. So then all the white boxes are things that are actual successes that can be measured by the city. So I'm going to go ahead and close out of this this document. And we are going to go on to our next one. And let's see what our next topic is. We're not going to look at housing success just yet. We already looked at this, so give me 1 second. every document is 2022 City of Kalamazoo plan. And so finding, all right, so let's look at infrastructure now. Okay, so in terms of infrastructure strategies, this is what we have to start with. Again, we are thinking of ourselves as actors, conveners, and what is our and leaders, right? Act, convene,
Advocate.
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 Thank you. All right.
Act.
So in thinking about this, just peruse what's already here. I'm going to say it out loud though, so that the community can hear it. So the first potential strategy that we have for infrastructure is tree planting in identified areas, moving towards renewable energies. The second is safer, more beautified parks. The third is a critical review of whether or how the Inkster Street Bridge is to be replaced. The fourth is affordable housing. And that's highlighted in pink because we really feel like that fits somewhere else, but it was reflected here. So we wanted to make sure to capture it here to honor the voices of the commissioners. The fourth is, the fifth is traffic calming strategies on speeding hotspot areas and continuing to increase safety measures for non-motorized mode. I think that's framed correctly. If not, you'll tell me. The sixth is to prioritize infrastructure building for neighborhoods that need it the most. The seventh is to continue to repair, replace unsafe sidewalks and roads. The eighth is to identify cutting edge infrastructure building opportunities. And the ninth is investments in water/wastewater infrastructure. So with that, let's just begin with any clarifying information that we need at this point, and anything that we feel compelled to add.
I see some hands up.
Okay, great. So let me go to hands. And then I heard a voice as well.
It
All
was
right.
me.
So, okay, Commissioner Hess, go ahead, and then we'll go to Commissioner
Okay.
Urban.
This is Jean Hess. Just two things. I believe that our initiative from the environment and sustainability plan could go here with the parks. We could bring that to the parks and have the parks reflect their greatest potential for environment and education. So I don't think we should have two initiatives for parks, that perhaps the one that we had on the environmental side, which didn't receive any votes, and I wanted to vote for it, but I think it belongs here.
Okay. All right. So you think the sustainability, so we want to keep the sustainability plan in environment, but then we also want to reflect it right here, Commissioner Hess?
Indeed. Well, yeah, I think that the parks does belong here. It belongs here. And it's
Okay.
already here under safer, more beautified parks. It's not a separate thing. I'm just looking at the box that says safer, more beautified parks.
You're right there.
Okay, it's already there.
It's
Okay.
already there. And I want to bring over the initiative from the environment and put it here because it probably fits better here.
Okay.
Environmental and educational strategies for the parks. And then I don't see it anywhere for broadband, citywide broadband.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Thank you. I knew I was missing something. All right, great. All right, thank you for that, Commissioner. All right, so citywide broadband has been added, and then I'll make sure to add the environmental and educational strategies for the parks there in just a little bit. So anything else we feel compelled to add or things that we need clarification on?
Tamara,
Yes.
this is Jim Ritzma. The tree planting in identified areas, we talked about tree planting under sustainability or environment.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if same as what Commissioner Hess was just talking about with parks, that probably applies with that. And then the second part of that, moving toward renewable energy, seems like a separate box, or should be a separate box. And again, I think that was covered under environment.
Okay, great. So I'm gonna integrate the planting from environment. And then you indicated this one here, city manager Ritzma to continue to repair, replace unsafe sidewalks and roads.
No, just that box you put in integrate planning.
Oh, yes. Okay. Okay, good. Thank you.
Yeah, those two items are under environment already.
And so then okay, so then let me just clarify this. Do we want to keep this here in terms of infrastructure or remove it since it's already in environment?
I think the tree planting could stay in environment.
Okay, great. So then we're gonna remove this. Okay, I'm gonna just let me make myself a quick note and I can make sure that the language is also consistent. Okay. Anything we feel compelled to add in terms of infrastructure? All right, so unless you tell me.
Sorry, this is Commissioner Pradel. Sorry, I keep freezing a little bit.
Oh, it's okay.
I was just going to add, and I know this is already underway in a number of fronts, but just I guess terminology would be just accessibility on a number of fronts, whether it be our parks or the restrooms in our facilities or restrooms in our parks and that sort of thing. I mean, just kind of like systems wide, looking at accessibility for individuals with disability.
Mm-hmm. Do we just want to say system-wide accessibility, or do we want to say for individuals with disabilities?
Add that part.
Okay, great.
And like I say, I mean, I know that it's largely underway. I mean, just in a number of neighborhoods, we just added a number of curb cuts and whatnot to a number of our sidewalks and whatnot. We're making sidewalk improvements, but I'm just thinking more like from a holistic city-wide perspective lens.
Great, great. Thank you for that, Commissioner. Anything else? Okay. So as we did last time, we're going to go ahead and color code the boxes that where work is already currently happening. Like, for example, the system-wide accessibility for individuals with disabilities. We know that's already in the works, but there's more work, of course, that needs to be done. So if the city staff could help us with this, that would be really helpful. What is already underway in terms of these infrastructure strategies?
Investments in water, wastewater infrastructure, that's ongoing. That's a yellow one.
Okay. Great. Thank you, Commissioner Urban. What else?
Jim Ritzma here. I think the continue to repair, replace unsafe sidewalks and roads we're already doing that.
Great.
That's over here on
The last box. I know.
Okay.
I know we've done traffic calming strategies. I don't know if there's more that can be done. I guess Director Baker, you could chime in beyond what we've done with speed humps and signage and all that.
Thank you, City Manager. Yeah, this is Director Baker, Public Services, and this item really is an ongoing and continuous item. We're working with public safety on identifying areas. We're working with community planning and development on community outreach and implementation in areas. And so depending on what neighborhood we're working in, we might be anywhere from data gathering and analysis, like we are right now on some streets on the east side. We might be on implementation where we are with some streets in north side. And we, in some neighborhoods, we haven't been there yet. And so we continue this work, and this work will continue year after year after year for several more years to go. That being said, we don't have all the answers yet. We don't have a solution that we know is the guaranteed fix all for this. And so I think public services and public safety are continue to be interested to engage with the community. And we continue to look at the root cause of this. This is driver behavior. Folks are making decisions to do this. You don't drive 70 miles an hour up Park Street because you didn't know what the speed limit was. These are deliberate behaviors, and we need to work with the community to get these things resolved. And this is going to be a long-term project with some long-term progress.
Hi, Demara. This is Vernon Coakley. How are you?
Oh, great. How are you doing today?
I am well, thank you. And to add to Director Baker's point, as we continue to work as city staff on traffic calming, and I could have not said it better about behavior. And so we will continue to inform and educate. And as a last resort, we will then begin, obviously, to enforce. Currently, our staffing is about 242 public safety officers, all which can enforce traffic calming strategies and speed. We know speed is one of the #1 issues that is put forth by our community, and specifically drilled down to or from the neighborhood associations. And this behavior cannot continue. So along with city, we must continue to put, I say city staff, there has to be some social pressure from families and the community on behavior, on how people drive and what they're doing and what's acceptable here, unacceptable, in Kalamazoo. So to that point, also the CPO unit has been given a directive of traffic strategies on a daily basis. That's being done overt and covert. Also, there's an expectation to those operational public safety officers to get out on the road and to make sure that we are making sure that our community is safe. So I just want to somewhat uphold that and reaffirm where your public safety department is and where they're directed to do.
Great. Thank you, Chief Coakley. So much appreciate it. All right. Any other discussion before we vote?
Good afternoon. This is Sean Fletcher, Director of Parks and Recreation. Deputy Director McVeary is working on an ADA transition plan for Americans with Disabilities Act transition plan for parks and facilities. So looking at accessibility from that standpoint. And then we have our Imagine Parks 5-year Parks and Recreation plan, where we are updating our parks based on input from residents. So we are beautifying and adding the amenities that people want, and we can certainly have more of a focus on the environmental and education strategies in that regard.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Fletcher. All right. Anything further? Okay. All right, Commissioner Urban.
Well, something is, if we're going to be voting on things here, this critical review of whether or how the extra street bridge is to be replaced, that involves public input. So when people are considering whether to vote for that or not, what they should be voting on is, should we have a public process to discuss that? I think it would be a very useful, practical example of, well, what do we really mean by traffic calming and making a place bicycle and pedestrian friendly, because there are trade-offs here. And this is a real good practical example of testing just where the public really is on it. So I don't have a preferred outcome on that one, but I would love to have a public discussion on it. So that's what I'm asking there.
Great. Well, and you're also inviting us to, as you led with, to consider that, right? If we're voting for that, that's actually what we're voting for. And so thank you so much for giving us that context, Commissioner Urban. Anything further before we vote? And Commissioner Urban, can you take your hand down? We just want to make sure. We just want to make sure that you don't have anything else to offer.
Yeah, I'm kind of
You're fine. No, you're fine. I appreciate you. All right, Commissioner Hess.
Just saying that I think that the box with safer, more beautified parks should be yellowed, because it sounds like we heard from Director Fletcher that that is ongoing.
Yes, thank you for that, Commissioner. All right, anything further? All right, so go ahead, commissioners. So this time we're not gonna be able to vote for 5 because we have less to, unless you tell me otherwise, we are co-creating this as we go, because I saw your face, Commissioner Hess, like, what? I can't do 5 this time? So we have a lot less to work with. I'm not tied to this though. So commissioners, I wanna open this up. Do we wanna do 3 priorities, or do we wanna identify 5? You tell me, and I'll allow you to lead the way. All right, so Commissioner Hess is saying 3.
5.
Okay, let's see. Commissioner Urban saying 5. Vice Mayor, what are your thoughts? 3 or 5?
What were the reasonings behind picking 3 or 5?
Sure. So we did 5 for environmental because there were so many strategies for us to choose from. Because we have less this time around, I made the decision to go down to 3. But again, I'm not tied to that at all.
Okay, I guess I don't know what we did the last time. If we had 5, if we followed the same process the last time, having less priorities because we had less, then I would just say keep it on the same, however we did it before, just continue it on this way. And I'm not really sure what that was.
Yeah, because it was totally, because it was different. We didn't have this Padlet. We didn't have this process. It was a different process. But I do think that maybe for the sake of consistency, I mean, I'm hearing 3 and 5. We can do 5. I'm fine with that. And then if we need to scale back, we can scale back. And then when we go back and look at what the top priorities are, we'll just make sure that it's across the board. We've got 5 across the board. So thank you. Mayor Anderson, that sound good? And Commissioner Predel?
That was fine.
Okay, all right, beautiful. All right, so go ahead and identify your top 5. And once you have identified them, not including affordable housing, because we pinked that out, right? That doesn't necessarily fit here. So outside of that, decide what your top 5 are, and then give me a thumbs up, and I'll be looking to see if we're ready. And I'll do a check-in, of course, before we do our voting as well. Okay, does anyone need more time? Okay, it looks like we are all ready. All right, so the first one is system-wide accessibility for individuals with disabilities. If this is in your top 5, please let me know by raising your hand. Okay, Commissioner Hess and Commissioner Predel and Vice Mayor Griffin are prioritizing this strategy. Thank you. All right, the second one is safer, more beautified parks. If this is one of your top 5, go ahead and raise your hand. We've got Mayor Anderson, Commissioner Hess, Commissioner Pradell, who is in support of, who is prioritizing. We're in support of many of these, but we are prioritizing safer, more beautified parks. All right, so the next one is to institute citywide broadband. If this is one of your top 5, citywide broadband, go ahead and raise your hand. Okay, Commissioner Hess. All right, it looks like Commissioner Hess has prioritized citywide broadband. Okay, great. In terms of prioritizing infrastructure building for neighborhoods that need it the most, if this is one of your top 5, go ahead and raise your hand. Prioritizing infrastructure building for neighborhoods that need it the most. Okay, we've got Mayor Anderson, Vice Mayor Griffin, and Commissioner Urban, who would like to prioritize infrastructure building for neighborhoods that need it the most. Tree planting in identified areas and moving towards more renewable energies. If this is one of your top 5, go ahead and raise your hand. We've got Commissioner Urban, okay, so Commissioner Urban would like to prioritize tree planting in identified areas. Great, and then in terms of continuing to repair, replace unsafe sidewalks and roads, if that is one of your top 5, go ahead and raise your hand. We have Vice Mayor Griffin, Commissioner Hess, Commissioner Pradell, and Mayor Anderson, who is in support of, who is prioritizing this. All right, so the next one is, it looks like Commissioner Urban also would like to continue this, or like to continue to prioritize this. Okay, so the next one is a critical review of whether or how the Inkster St. Bridge is to be replaced, of course, meaning a lot of community engagement to be a part of that. If this is one of your top 5, go ahead and raise your hand. Okay, it looks like Commissioner Urban would like to prioritize this critical review. Okay, so the next one is traffic calming strategies on speeding, hotspot areas, and continuing to increase safety measures for non-motorized mode. All right, we've got Mayor Anderson, Commissioner Pradell, all right, and Vice Mayor Griffin, who would like to prioritize traffic calming strategies. The next one is identify cutting edge infrastructure building opportunities. If identifying cutting edge infrastructure building opportunities is one of your top 5, go ahead and raise your hand, please. Okay. The next one is investments in water/wastewater infrastructure. If that's one of your top 5, go ahead and raise your hand. We've got Commissioner Hess, Mayor Anderson, Commissioner Pradell, and Commissioner Urban, who would like to prioritize continued investments in water, wastewater infrastructure. And the last one is, actually that was our last one. So that is it in terms of our voting for infrastructure. So I'm going to go ahead and close this out. And we're not going to look at housing success yet, but I would like to look at infrastructure success really quickly before we head into, nope. Give me one second. So many boxes to click on. Oh, no, we don't want housing success. We do want housing success. We just don't want to look at it right now. I don't know why housing success keeps popping up and why our infrastructure strategies. Okay, let's see if this is. No. I'm sorry, you guys. Thank you for your patience.
You might have just
Infrastructure success. Thank you. Okay. All right. And then next time, I'm going to make sure both of the documents are out before we get started. So this, again, is just an opportunity for us to look at infrastructure across what we identify as success, right? And thinking about what those priorities are. Again, thinking about what is our control in terms of moving the needle and the resources that we have at our disposal to do that. So if you could just peruse this, I'm going to say this out loud as well, so that we can hear it, particularly for folks who are tuning in, but also for those auditory individuals that it helps to generate thinking around hearing it. So the first is beautiful parks, including additional amenities like splash pads. The second is safer streets, safer planned biking and walking options. The third is vibrant neighborhoods. The fourth is the development and consistent review of infrastructure benchmarks. The fifth is upgraded water/wastewater infrastructure. And the fifth is a pipeline of neighborhood residents with the skills that they need to do the things that we need the most around the city, replacing things like sidewalks, roads, and electrical lines. So those are things that I identified that are actually within the city's realm of control. But the other things that were brought up have to do with, firstly, a significant increase in affordable housing units and options. And secondly, a culture change to slowing down traffic in general while downtown. So having more walkability and bikeability when it comes to our downtown landscape. So with that, would love to hear what your thoughts are on these particular successes, whether we're missing anything, and any discussion that you think is critical at this point.
Tamara, I would just share that, in terms of infrastructure, kind of casting that vision, to me, it would be, about creating a community where you're not responding to crisis, where we, proactively are taking considerations of health and safety, and, that, we get ourselves caught up with the decades backlog of infrastructure improvements. And then we just have, like our Imagine Kalamazoo 2025 plan, that we're just a more interconnected city because of that work as well.
Okay, great. So then I want to make sure that I capture both of those, Commissioner Pradell. So I have proactively taking infrastructure measures. Is there more that you want to say to that? Because I want to make sure that I capture this accurately.
I think that's accurate. Yeah.
Oh, okay, good. And then tell me again what you were saying about the 2025 plan.
The emphasis on having a more interconnected city.
Okay, great. So then having a more interconnected city, congruent to the 2025, congruent to this plan. Congruent to the Imagine Kalamazoo plan. Is that what you're saying, Commissioner? Okay, great. I couldn't see. You're nodding, and I'm so sorry. I wasn't looking at you, and you've probably been nodding a while. So thank you for your patience. All right, great. And then Commissioner Urban, I think you wanted to say something.
Yeah, it looks to me like there's some duplication here.
Okay.
The development and consistent review of infrastructure benchmarks seems like
the proactively taking infrastructure measures would match with that.
Yeah, those two can be combined, I think, somehow.
Yes. So I will do that really quickly. Okay.
I think the vibrant neighborhoods is just too vague to be useful. I think if we're going after safer streets, safer planned biking and walking options, that's going to hopefully lead to more vibrant neighborhoods. So in a way, those two are kind of one is kind of a necessary condition for the second, and definitely not sufficient, but necessary. So just want to throw that in. I don't know how you want to handle that, Damara.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much. And how I handled it was by making it a salmon box. That is, again, this whole idea around how much can we actually impact this. So thank you for offering that. And now it's going to be an area that is not a part of our voting.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right. Now, is there anything else that we want to add regarding what success looks like when it comes to infrastructure?
Vice Mayor Griffin has her hand up.
Oh,
Thanks.
yes, Vice Mayor.
Thanks, Mayor Anderson. And yes, tomorrow, the only thing I think I would add to it, taking from what we just voted on, is something around accessibility for those with disabilities, and just to carry that over here.
Yes, thank you. Beautiful. Thank you, Vice Mayor. All right, anything further in terms of success?
Clyde Robinson, City Attorney. I guess I wanted to point out that in regard to the pipeline of neighborhood residents with skills, I'm a little unsure as to what that means. The other thing is in terms of replacing sidewalks and roads, clearly that's within the city's bailiwick. Electrical lines is not. Now, what we can do is offer underground conduit, maybe for electric lines, but certainly for internet. The other thing that comes with this, if we're talking about accessibility to communication devices, is we're going to have to probably put up with, when I say put up, private sector is putting up in public right of way towers, and oftentimes they are kind of not very aesthetically pleasing. They also are putting up what can be like a trash can size structure on poles in the right of way. Again, not particularly attractive. And there's an ongoing push tug between the FCC, state legislature, and municipalities in terms of who has control over what goes in the right of way and to what degree. So that I just wanted to give the commission just a little bit of a opening up, pulling back the curtain a little bit as to what that entails. And again, some clarification on what role does neighborhood residents play in doing infrastructure improvements, other than making asks, obviously. But some of these asks are going to probably be out of our control, or they are going to call for the city to probably do some things that are not particularly aesthetically pleasing.
Great, thank you for that. Do we have anything that we want to ask or comment on based on what the city attorney has shared with us?
Damara?
Yes.
Jim Ritzma, city manager. I read the first part as being more of an employment item, that we give the residents the skills so they can be employed with the city, working on those things that are listed there.
Yes, that's exactly what was intended by that, which could actually maybe fall into employment, right? And we could just move that box there. And in fact, let me just make this a purple box so we know not to vote on that box. And so that was the meeting. So thank you for that. Other comments or questions based on what the city attorney has illuminated?
Well, in that regard, maybe electric lines is, again, that's going to be consumers' energy. But we do, obviously, we've already talked about it this morning. We do replace lead services. We get in the streets and replace both water and wastewater lines. When we do road improvements, we probably also do stormwater improvements as well. So that's the things that the city does, if you will,
Hey.
as opposed to what Consumers Energy does in regard to electric and gas lines, what the cable TV companies do in terms of cable lines in the right of way.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. That was super helpful. So we have clarity. I added that additional context and eliminated things that were not within the city's control. And again, I'm going to move that box to employment so that when we are talking about employment, that will be reflected there. So with that, it's 12:27. We have an opportunity for maybe 1 or 2 more comments, if we have any, before we break for lunch, which is a perfect time because we are halfway there, roughly. And we're going to get to the finish line strongly. So is there anything final that folks want to share before they take their lunch break? Okay, great. So we are taking it 3 minutes early. My inclination is to take that 3 minutes back, but I'm actually going to give it to you. And so just come back together, if you could, on time, and we will get started no later than 1:10 on the dot to pick up from where we left off, because we have a lot of work that we've got to get underway. So enjoy your lunch, everyone. Nourish yourself, move your body, and I will see you back together at 1:10. Bye. Welcome back, everyone. Hopefully you had a great lunch. You moved some, took in some of the sunshine, fresh air. So we're going to jump back in to from where we left off. And let me get ready to share my screen with you. All right. So when we were all together for the first session in March, we focused on housing, and we have created some priorities around housing. And in addition to that, we had homelessness that we hadn't spent any time on. That was a part of those 9 core categories that we determined, really should go under housing as this overarching focus. So these are the strategies that you brought to the forefront, you being the commission body. And what's in blue really needs some more fleshing out. And what's in white are things that felt like they were within your realm of control. So just want to get a sense for the additional specifics we want to get around. And I'm going to just name them. So the first is invest in updated housing. That's one that merits some additional discussion. The second one is creating some type of governing body around homeless zoning space. The third one is to provide assistance to persons without permanent, safe, decent, affordable housing to obtain and maintain housing. The fourth is to provide financial support to assist with efforts to create a range of appropriate interim responses so that homelessness is as short as possible and basic health and safety issues are addressed. And lastly, to work as a collaborative partner in the creation of a countywide plan to address homelessness for both single persons and families who are unsheltered. So let's just begin with some additional context around investing in updating housing and creating some type of governing body around homeless zoning space. So commissioners, who would like to chime in first? Mayor Anderson?
Thank you, Tamara. So I will jump in. I'm not exactly sure what this means.
Yes, so that's why we need to explore it. Absolutely, right? So when we talk about updating housing, what are we talking about exactly? Commissioner Hess?
I have the same question, but I wonder if it's what we already voted on in the environmental area where we upgrade and update environmentally and with energy efficiency and so on. I don't know if that's the same thing. Mayor Anderson, is that what you were updating housing? Is that building new housing stock, or is it taking our existing housing stock and updating, upgrading, and making sure that it meets today's standards of code?
Neither of the 2 blue box things were recommendations that came from me in our survey. So I guess there's a bit of interpretation about what those 2 things are, what the intent is of those 2 things.
And my interpretation is that when we're talking about investing in updating housing, we're talking about the rehabilitation of properties. That was my sense. And I guess if it was framed that way, it would be easier to understand. That's not the way it was framed, but ultimately that's what they were referencing.
I'll just say that that's what I was voting for in the environmental plan. Over the overarching plan of the city is that we really dig deep into updating our housing stock, whether it's environmentally or whether it's homelessness. It's the same thing. I don't want to pigeonhole it. I think it should be in an overarching strategy.
Absolutely. Yeah. And you are going to find that some of these will overlap as you have highlighted. Commissioner Urban?
Yes, I'm going to start my video. It should be on now. I wanted to explore this business about creating some type of governing body around homeless zoning space. I don't know who suggested that, but I'm very interested in having a discussion about that, because it seems to me that one of the central impediments to providing shelters for people is where to locate it. We have very strict limits for what is allowed in single family zones, and what's normally this was written for permanent housing rather than temporary housing. We almost need a kind of like a subsection of ordinances having to do with the city's responsibility for providing short-term shelter, or regulating it, not so much providing it, but for regulating it. For example, I can see kind of a experimental ad hoc body created to identify where on city property homeless shelters could be constructed on a this is temporary structures. Permanent structures, clearly they're covered by the ordinances already. But where tents and things that are like that fall, we need some clarity on that. We're not talking about camping. This isn't just camping, and it isn't water, sewer hookups and everything else. It's in between. So to really get at that, rather than try to legislate it from the 30,000 foot level, maybe we should just create an ad hoc commission to concentrate on those issues that has the authority that the city attorney agrees that it could have temporarily. I figure with this thing, by the time the state laws catch up with this, we may be done with it. So I'm not overly worried about interfering with some state law or other. This is something that's interim and changeable and flexible. And I don't want to get hung up with what's been done in the past, because clearly that's not adequate.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Urban. And that's exactly what was meant by this. So providing that greater context, that the fact that this issue is so big that it requires some additional human capital to make it a reality. Anything further about what's in the blue boxes, investing in updating housing, rehabs, or creating some type of governing body around homeless zoning space?
Clyde Robinson, City Attorney. I want to build on some of the remarks of Commissioner Urban. And I think there is some room for experimentation and thinking outside the box. But that said, we are constrained. And so I'm a little concerned when we talk about investing in updating housing. There's not a whole lot the city can do in order to make that direct investment. We can't give money directly to people to improve their personal homes. That's a problem because we've got some restrictions. Now, that said, there are some programs for people to rehab, and we can give them a kind of a break on their taxes. There are some programs under state law that we can take advantage of, but we can't just outright say, here's a grant of money for you to make your home energy efficient or to replace the roof. That's not permitted.
May I ask a question, clarifying question?
Please.
Would that same kind of reasoning apply to subsidizing contractors who do this sort of work, so that if the property owner has the money and he's contracting the work, if the contractor meets certain requirements, can we offer the contractor a subsidy that would result in a reduced cost to the homeowner? Is that something
that's
within state law?
basically you're attempting to do the same thing through a different means.
Oh,
This is
okay.
kind of the old adage: if it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's a duck. So it's still giving money to assist a private party. Now, there are some exceptions, like if there's some exceptions under state law for senior citizens. There is, again, and we've done it, the city commission has awarded tax breaks to individual homeowners. I forget what the program is called. Rebecca Kick maybe might help jog my memory, but you can say, I'm going to do a rehabilitation of my house, and you can, you got to jump through a few hoops, but the city can grant you a tax, a short-term tax abatement or tax exemption while you're doing that improvement, and for a few years afterward, and then the exemption drops off. So it's to make it a little more helpful. But again, you have to act within the parameters permitted by both the Michigan Constitution and state legislation.
Well, that sounds like a duck to me also, but nevertheless, I'm glad we can at least do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it may be a duck, but you're actually authorized by the legislature to do it. So then you're okay.
Yeah,
And
this is Rebecca. It's called a neighborhood enterprise zone.
That's it.
And it actually exists in the Vine neighborhood right now. And we also used it on new builds in the Marketplace Edison neighborhood projects.
Great, thank you. And Deputy City Lamb, did you want to?
Yes, thank you. I just had a quick clarifying question on the creating a type of governing body around the homeless zoning space. When I heard Commissioner Urban speak, what I'm hearing you say, Commissioner Urban, is really looking at, how barriers might be able to be removed, how zoning changes might be able to allow for greater flexibility. One question I have, if that's a desired outcome, could that be something that staff could prepare as recommendations to commission versus creating a new body? And my thought behind that is I could see us spending 6 months just focused on creating a body and never actually get to the solutions that you're suggesting. So would we potentially go first towards, staff's actually already been thinking certainly about options, and there's been some models shared with us in other parts of the country where zoning has been used as a tool to remove barriers. So would it be possible to consider staff recommendations first and perhaps seek commission kind of consideration as opposed to creating an ad hoc body?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And that's far preferable. Will we end up creating an ad hoc body afterwards in case there's so many details that it just is going to bog down the city commission? And you want something that's longer term than just the people who are elected, because this is a kind of a specialized function. But definitely staff recommendations come first. That's going to occupy us for the next 6 months. Let's get going on that and we'll go from there.
Thank you for that clarification.
Hold on one second, I just want to capture this. Okay, great. Let's see, City Manager Ritzma.
Yeah, thank you, Damara. Jim Ritzma, City Manager. The question I have around what Clyde was saying is, can we contract with another organization that does provide home improvement work and rehabilitation, and there's a quid pro quo there, but the organization is providing it, not the city directly?
Again, I don't think you can't do something indirectly that you can't do directly. Now that said, that if there is a true quid pro quo, that's a different matter, because that's really what is required. If we're talking about using taxpayer money, we have to get the value for what we spend, and it has to be for a public purpose, not to further a private purpose.
Oh, I have a question. Clyde?
Yeah.
You used the phrase taxpayer money. Well, what if it's not taxpayer money? What if we sought a grant that would do this, that comes from some foundation around the country that does this kind of work? Can we tap foundation grants to do this kind of work?
Well, that starts to get into maybe a few exceptions. There are a couple of exceptions in Michigan law. One of the things that I'm kind of struggling with is the degree that we can use the American Recovery Plan money from the Biden administration to do some of these things. There is at least some argument that that money, because it's coming from the federal government, falls outside of some of the restrictions that we'd normally be subject to under state law. But that said, there is no clear guidance on that because it's not going to come from the federal government. They're not going to interpret Michigan law for us. It's a question of Michigan Department of Treasury probably making that determination. But I think there is certainly an argument that we could use that recovery money, again, looking at the restrictions that is imposed on us by the federal government for some of these programs.
Well, I think it'd be worth trying to get a ruling from the Treasury Department of the state or from the AG or someone to guide us. Otherwise, we plunge ahead and we wait for what happens after that. Time's of the essence here.
Well, again, what you're talking about is you prefer to, rather than ask for permission, ask for forgiveness if it goes against you.
Yeah.
I suppose that is an approach you can undertake.
Mm-hmm. Great. This was really, really important discussion. Thank you, everyone. All right. Anything further before we prioritize these areas on homelessness?
Tomorrow, Jim Ritzma, City Manager, looking
Yes.
at the other three in white boxes. To me, the provide assistance to persons without permanent, say that one, and provide financial support to assist with efforts to create seem to be duplicative.
Yes, I agree.
Here.
All right. So
I would disagree to some extent.
Yes.
And that is that one of them, talks about safe, decent, affordable housing specifically. The second one talks about a range of appropriate interim responses. So it could be, it could be relative to other kinds of sheltering, for example, or some construct of more temporary housing. So there's a nuanced difference in those. Whether we want to lump it all together, if we want to lump it all together into a one housing continuum, that's fine.
Yeah. That's a really good point. And that was a distinction that I saw, right? Like, because it could be that you're supporting another organization to provide the support versus providing financial assistance directly. So nevertheless, I'm going to put it here and I'll delete this other box. Okay, great.
Again, Clyde Robinson, City Attorney, the way I read that, I thought it was a little broader as well in terms of what is the root core of the homelessness? Is it mental illness? Is it an inability to find a job? Is it substance abuse? So I looked at it as helping people with those problems as well, so that they can get on their feet and they move away from homelessness if they can solve some of the underlying problems and issues.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, great.
And
great.
I guess a question, Clyde, then, Jim Ritzma, City Manager, would we run into the same issues we have of providing dollars to someone owning a house and rehabilitating it to versus a homeless person and trying to get them rehabilitated, so to speak?
I will admit, I mean, it's a slippery slope. But we certainly could contract, this is where it's a little easier perhaps, to contract with a agency to help provide that service. Again, the problem becomes, what is a public purpose? And while, again, there is no clear hard line definition, you have to be a little careful. And it's what, are you providing general services to the community as opposed to providing them to an individual? So we could certainly, for instance, contract with, and we do this with neighborhood associations in a slightly different context, that here's a bunch of money, please provide these services to unnamed individuals who need it. That we're getting if you will, we're getting some quid pro quo that agency's providing, and we haven't identified who they're providing the services to, but it is, we said, at least provide these services to 15 people who need mental health who have mental health issues and need assistance. That's one way to do it, as opposed to, here is $2,000 to Mr. and Mrs. Jones, put a new roof on their house on Cedar Street. That's going to get you into problems.
Yes. Okay, so I want to be cognizant of all the work that we have, to undertake between now and 3 p.m. And so wanted to just check in to see if there's anything really crucial that we still cover in this section, or if we can ascertain what we want to prioritize. Now, of course, with homelessness moving to housing, and you've already identified housing priorities out, not including homelessness, you can decide if you want to carry each of these forward, these 4 areas forward into the priorities, or if we want to maybe prioritize 2 of the 4. So, yes.
I'm sorry, Damara, Jim Ritz, City Manager. I wonder, to me, the 2 white boxes are kind of either or. We provide direct resources to organizations, or we work as a partner with them, overall. So I'm struggling with that part right now.
You mean in terms of being a direct provider versus a collaborator?
Right.
Yeah. Well, and what I'll say is that it's, and it's up to the commission body to decide, right? Do we want to be a collaborator in this space, or do we want to be a service provider in this space, or do we want to do both? And I think that any of those routes are fine, as long as, you have the resources to be able to carry it forward.
Go ahead, Mayor.
I've been talking enough. I'll let other people go.
I suppose I would like to hear from DCM Lamb on this issue, because I know that she's been one of the partners working with other folks. And we know that homelessness doesn't stop at our city limits, and how we work countywide and how we work with our region to address these issues. So, I don't want to go into either or, but it's both and. David?
Yes, thank you.
Well, I will jump in. So these are 2 different things. One is work as a collaborative partner, creation of a countywide plan. That's that. Then the other side of it is provide some financial support that presumably could be part of the countywide plan, right? One thing, you're just planning with a broader group of folks, and then the other side of it is you're showing your willingness to participate in a variety of ways in the solution set, that is arrived at out of this broader plan. So I see these as 2 very different things, not mutually exclusive in any way, but entirely consistent with each other.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
And, what occurred to me as well is that working as a collaborative partner, that's something you're already doing, correct? So that would be ongoing work in order to develop this plan. So I'm going to just put that as a yellow.
Damara, Deputy City Manager Laura Lamb, just to briefly address the question that Commissioner Hess posed. I think absolutely our strategy in helping to support the transition of the continuum of care to the United Way and enhancing it with additional staffing and additional supports has really been our strategy. So from a connect standpoint, we certainly see ourselves in the space of connecting with community partners under the umbrella of the continuum of care. And that certainly is the place we feel very comfortable. I think in the ACT aspect, the city really sees itself in the built environment, both in terms of how do we create opportunities for physical housing projects to happen. We know how desperately we need units across the board, as well as understanding we have a regulatory aspect, what we just talked about in terms of the ways in which we can remove barriers through our zoning. And we can also encourage projects to happen with our zoning tools. So ACT is more, think about the direct environment, the built environment. And then on the connect side and advocate side, we really see a lot of the work going through the continuum of care and us as a partner of many with a countywide focus, us obviously very much focused on the city.
Great, that was really, really helpful. Okay, is there anything else that would be helpful for you to know, Commissioner Hess?
No, that was very helpful.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, so then I guess I just want to check in to see, do we want to just keep all of this as a priority or do we want to do a vote?
Well, that first item, the smallest blue box over there on the side, that's so much a part of what we've already talked about elsewhere. It seems like it's kind of like which one is not like the others kind of a question on a IQ test. I'd put that one at the end in another category.
You'd put rehab, oh, right, because it doesn't go into addressing homelessness. This is really like a housing strategy. Yeah, good point. Okay, great. So I'm going to put that there. All right, so then we're looking at creating some type of governing body around homeless zoning space, starting with staff recommendations, providing financial support to assist with efforts to create a range of appropriate interim responses to homelessness, and then working as a collaborative partner in the creation of a county-wide plan. So do we want to keep all of this as a priority or do we want to vote?
Keep all three.
Keep
That's
all
Jack
three.
Urban.
Okay, and it sounds like it looks like Commissioner Hess wants the same thing.
Yes, keep all three.
Vice Mayor, you want the same thing or did you want to chime in?
Yeah, I wanted to chime in. This is Vice Mayor Griffin. So the question I had around the creating some type of governing body around that is that we're talking about 2022 priorities for this space, but like that's something that needs to be addressed yesterday. And so I know there's already work being done on that, but I guess I'm looking for a little bit more clarity around that because I'm concerned about waiting for staff recommendations for 2022 when, we have, an ongoing issue right now.
Yeah, so you want to hear from city staff, Vice Mayor, correct? What's happening in that space right now?
Well, yes, I would like to. And I also want to acknowledge that I know that there's work being done on that now. And so, yes, maybe clarity around if this is something for 2022, what does that look like for what needs to take place right now?
Great. Thank you, Vice Mayor. City staff, who wants to speak to this?
I can start, and then certainly Laura Lamb, Deputy City Manager, I can start, and then I would encourage Director Kick, the planner among us, to be able to chime in. What I will say conceptually is right now, based on the sense of urgency we're all feeling, is looking to say with our existing zoning code, where do we understand transitional housing to be allowed by right or to be allowed by special permit process, recognizing that anytime there is a step in the process, it's going to take some time. So that is the immediate. What I know that Rebecca and her team have been doing that I alluded to earlier is really looking at the ways in which cities have taken on a zoning change that would allow facilitate more transitional housing opportunities. That's not to be taken lightly. You definitely want to make sure when you're trying to prescribe a solution for the entire city that you have some specific examples to sort of draw from. So we're in the short term, what can we work with right now with our existing code? And in the more immediate to longer term, how might we consider more permanent changes that would kind of free up? As I was talking to earlier, I think because there's a sense of urgency, I would much prefer the direction to be focused on the outputs, which is reduced barriers and recommendations for changes, and not have the output be a governing body. I think so that's where, you know, again, defer to the commission for direction, but I think we're really looking at what tools do we have in our toolbox we can use to the fullest extent, and what additional tools might we want to propose to commission for consideration with some good research done and some good testing, if you will.
Jack Urban. I think if we just rephrase that or that blue box there, so that staff recommendations kind of like come first, but because that's getting at it. Well, I think getting to the urgency question, I guess I would like to see us put some priority on what can be done on a trial basis or an experimental basis that says that we recognize that this is not covered in the code right now, but we're doing an experiment or kind of a pilot thing here to determine what is appropriate to put in the code. That way we can, we're not really breaking any laws. We're doing some investigative work and preliminary work that has a time limit to it. Anything we do short of approving ordinances would have to have a time limit on it. Otherwise, we're definitely breaking the law.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Deputy City Manager Lamb, can you tell me again what you said in terms of your frame, reduce barriers?
I think, I guess, trying to think of succinctly, if we can certainly provide additional information when you do the minutes. I think the intent is to look at reducing barriers to transitional housing or homelessness solutions.
Yeah. Yeah.
In this case, in the barriers piece, we're really talking about, you know, zoning in particular, but I recognize that there are other barriers we need to be mindful of.
Okay, great. Thank you for that.
Sure.
All right, so it sounds like we want to keep them. Commissioner Pradell, did you want to say something?
Or, you know, I guess I would just say a few things quickly here. One is just that I'll start off by saying this first. There has not been a group of city staff people or a commission in the history of the city of Kalamazoo that have done more in a one-year period than has been done in the last year to try to fund, support, act, advocate, you know, all the above than has happened in the last year. So I'll start with that. You know, with that being said, I think regardless of where people fall on the spectrum of whether it's the role of a city to be providing financial support or to be doing the work itself, I think that we find ourselves pretty frequently in the same boat where it's kind of like this rinse and repeat process where we move things forward, we do things, it gets to fall, people start paying a little bit more attention to it because it's getting cold, it gets cold, we get polar vortex periods, and then there is public pressure and rightfully so to do something. And, you know, I just hope whatever it is on the spectrum, whether it's being an actor, an advocate, or a connector, that, you know, that we get to a place where we're not just reacting. And, you know, I hope we get to a place where when we're acting, that we're not alone in acting, you know, or feeling like we're not alone in acting, because I think that there's a propensity from the public to look at the city of Kalamazoo and say, city of Kalamazoo solved this problem, when there's, you know, maybe 20 different people at the table partnering and working together on these solutions. And so somehow trying to figure out a way to reconcile that, but make sure that, you know, in the process of like partnering and funding, that, you know, we're not in a place where we're always just reacting. And I think we're definitely heading in a great direction for that. But, you know, I think that's where I hear a lot of frustration from residents and residents who are members of the encampments, is just that it's like, are you surprised by this? Like, we know it's gonna get cold. You know, we know it's gonna get incredibly hot. And, you know, how can we get out in front of this, you know, so that we're not doing it alone every single time, or getting ourselves kind of in a corner where people are pointing at us and saying, well, City of Kalamazoo, do something, you know, that we're all sticking our necks out and saying like, yeah, let's do this together, you know. I don't know, for what it's worth, I just wanted to share that.
Well,
Right. Thank you. And actually, is it okay if because we have 2 more topics we've got to cover, and I want to make sure that we've got some time to take a look at those, and we've still got to look at success really quickly. So unless it's really pressing, it's a new idea that you want to throw out here, I'm going to take this work and say that we want to prioritize all of it unless you tell me otherwise. And then so that we can go ahead and move on to the next topic.
okay.
Okay, so let me just get consensus from the commission. Are you wanting to, that you are in support of prioritizing everything on this document? And I'm going to say it out loud again, invest in updating how we're moving that one. I'm sorry. Reducing barriers to transitional housing, homelessness solutions, providing financial support to assist with efforts to create a range of appropriate interim responses, and work as a collaborative partner in the creation of a countywide plan to address homelessness. If you are in support of carrying all those forward as priorities, just go ahead and give me a hands up. All right, Mayor Anderson, Commissioner Hess, Vice Mayor Griffin, Commissioner Urban, and Commissioner Pradell. Thank you so much. All right, so let me close out of this document. And now we are going to look at housing success. Okay, so really quickly, we just want to take a look at this document around how we're defining success, again, based on what is in the realm of our control, more broader because the issue is too big, or areas that maybe we need to spend a little bit more time delving into. So the first one that we may need to spend a little bit of time delving into before I go over all of the housing successes out loud is tents no longer visible on public property. There was a sense that it wasn't actually met in that way, that there's a little bit more context. So just wanted to check in with the commission body to see if anyone had something they wanted to share.
I was not particularly connected to that comment, David Anderson here, but I would certainly guess, if nothing else, that is certainly a measure to some extent of whether people are housed in some way or camping out, if nothing else. So
yes. Well, and it was framed as an indicator.
Yeah.
Right. Of, again, what would housing success look like?
Right.
Less visibility of homelessness, essentially. Yeah. Thank you for that. All right. So then the other one is removal of barriers to homeless access in the realm of our control. So just wanted to spend a little bit more time thinking about specifics around that. So did anyone want to speak to removal of barriers to homeless access in the realm of our control?
I will say a little, David Anderson again. So I think you're right. You'd have to drill in a little bit to say what exactly we're talking about. But I think the city did lead the way in reducing barriers that contribute to homelessness, which is issues related to screening criteria that rental property owners use. And actually that was passed by the city commission, was trying to reduce those barriers to allow people to be housed rather than be unhoused. So, I mean, that certainly was a big thing that happened in the city. I would have to think more to think about what other specific barriers, I guess, we're talking about there.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that, Mayor. Anything else regarding removal of barriers?
This is Vice Mayor Griffin. It just feels like that one probably should go in that category that we just discussed. In homelessness, in that category.
Yeah. Okay, great. In terms of strategies. Yes. Good point. I actually, I agree with that. So we're just gonna go ahead and do that. Thank you. All right, so then what's in salmon are areas that, I felt that weren't necessarily, that the city could move the needle on very little. So no more than 50 individuals on a homeless waiting list, access to housing for all, and number of housing units developed supporting low income individuals. So although, of course, right, you could be supporting housing initiatives that move the needle on all of these, but to say that as an outcome for the city, that felt somewhat, out of reach. And then in terms of more realistic housing success indicators, we've got development of a communications plan to help address housing crises, the activation of existing housing resources to create a specific set of physical responses, including temporary and permanent units. The next is number of housing developers partnering with the city to increase access to affordable housing. The next is advocacy with legislators for low income tax credits so that we can leverage development. And the last one being the completion of a countywide plan that includes a range of responses, target numbers, etc. Any additional thoughts on housing success outcomes indicators? All right. So now we are going to look at, oh, you don't want to look at my email. I don't want to look at my email. Okay, so we are going to look at employment strategies now. And so what you're going to see here, and I will say these out loud, of course, for the public that's tuning in. I would just want to set us up for what we're looking at. So the green boxes really have to do with work that would be done internally. Yes, all the green boxes. I just needed to key in on one of the boxes to make sure. So all the green boxes. So when, so the first one being a strong, positive organization staffed by caring individuals who are representative of the community that they serve. The second one, again, being internal, is having an external process in place to evaluate internal employment engagement. The third internal one is to internally increase the number of promotions for people of color. And the fourth internal one is to be intentional about barrier removal in the hiring process. So in terms of externally, when it comes to employment strategies, what we've identified is a pipeline of neighborhood residents with the skills they need to do the things that we need most around the city. And we already talked about that in another section earlier. The second is to expand employment, training, internship opportunities with local employers. The third is accelerated and increased frequency of training of trades and other high paid professions, including supporting the process for them to be certified. The fourth is increased financial and capacity building support for micro businesses. The fifth is to use FFE dollars to incentivize hiring. And the last one is to provide support for small and large businesses that provide good paying employment and opportunity for growth and wealth building. And then in the blue box, which merits some additional conversation, is it was suggested to have a focus on the mission of providing quality public services. So, when we talk about quality public services, that could mean a myriad of things. So just felt like we would want to drill more into that if we felt like that was a viable employment strategy that we wanted to employ based on prioritization. All right, so with that, what thoughts do you all have? All right, it looks like Commissioner Urban.
Yeah, this focus on the mission of providing quality public services. I don't know exactly what that means, but I will offer a suggestion of what it could mean to me. Is it might be training in active listening for people who deal with the public, particularly in the building and code enforcement areas. Lots of times people feel that they just weren't heard. They have a complaint that maybe they think the city is supposed to address. Maybe the city doesn't have any real ability to handle that problem. But the answer that goes back to that person sometimes appears not to have been on point. It's so easy to be at times with a variety of individuals, somewhat bureaucratic, when really what people expect is some show of empathy, if not support, at least acknowledging that. So in terms of quality public services, is even if we can't help the public directly with something the city does, it seems like we can point them in another direction so that the net effect of the city's involvement with that person is a positive one.
Yeah,
now, that's what that means to me.
Yeah, well, and what just occurred to me about what you just said, Commissioner, is that, you know, we could even just reframe this back to increase the quality of our public services. And there are tons of different action steps that we could take to do that, right? From assessing. So I'm actually going to change, if it's okay with everyone, I'm going to change this box so that it's not a color blue and it's actually a white box. And I'm just going to change it to increase the quality of our public services. And really from an operational standpoint, the city staff can decide what all that entails.
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. Anything else in terms of the employment strategies? Okay, great.
Jack, do you have your hand up?
No, I didn't take it down again. Sorry.
Thank you. I assumed that was probably the case, but thank you.
Well, yeah.
No worries, no worries. All right, Commissioner Predel.
Sure. So a couple other items I was thinking about, as well as about youth employment. I think that's a pretty integral part to the equation as well. And I know there have been other, pilot programs over the years, and there's still existing things, but I think that's a key thing. It's key for a couple of reasons. I mean, it's wealth generation for families. It's, keeping our youth busy and focused on something positive. Sometimes it can lead to figuring out like life passions and interests. And also I think that, it's an opportunity to invest people in our community and take pride in some of the work that they're doing. And I think there's some great opportunities with that as well. But along those lines too, I think, looking at programs like our Parks and Rec department is doing, like All Things Possible and those sort of things also are kind of can be tuned into that as well. So maybe lifting that up a little bit as well. And then also in terms of our neighborhood associations and groups, I think they hold a very big and important key to both employment and small business incubation. And I think we could, do more to empower those organizations to, help lead in some of this work as well. I know they're already doing a tremendous amount, but oftentimes I hear about how our neighborhood associations are feeling spread pretty thin, understaffed, under-resourced, and they can probably do the most powerful job of executing this work.
Right.
Okay, great. I just framed it with engaged neighborhood associations and other key stakeholders in addressing employment gaps. Is that okay? Okay, beautiful. Anything else we want to add before we go through our voting process? And I do want to add really quickly, youth employment. And it sounds like you were also talking about leadership opportunities through these entities like your KidNets and Parks and Rec. Is that what you were referencing, Commissioner Pradell?
Yeah, and I think
Okay.
I think it's going to especially be important as we emerge from the pandemic, just given what our youth have gone through, that we find positive opportunities and outlets for our youth, around the clock. And and I think a lot of those can point to, employment opportunities and passion so that they know what they want to do.
Beautiful. So I just framed it as out of school time serving entities, which I recognize that Parks and Rec is a big player in that. All right, beautiful.
I'm sorry to jump in, just to add one thing. We
Yeah.
already mentioned, maybe not completely enough, about expanding things like our summer youth programs and that sort of thing over in that box that starts with expand, and we list and what one or more summer youth programs, strong internship opportunities, local higher education, that sort of thing. In that box, is there an overlap with what we just added?
Yeah, I mean, that's a very good point. Because we are talking about, so maybe I think what we'll do is it okay if maybe we add this as youth being prioritized so that we don't lose that?
Yeah, and maybe that my mistake there is that seems to be a little bit more focused on the programmatic elements, but I'm particularly what I'm most interested in is actual like employment opportunities for youth.
Okay. So then do you want it to just be emphasized the way that it is, or youth employment priority, period?
I don't think it matters, to be honest with you. I think
Okay.
that as long as city staff understands kind of where we're coming from, I think that's the main thing.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, wonderful. Anything else?
Just Steve Brown, do you have your hand up?
I do, Mr. Mayor, thanks. I heard mention of the next step being a potential vote, and I did notice the item that says use Foundation for Excellence dollars to incentivize hiring. And I think that would require clarification, certainly for staff and myself as FFE manager, to understand more what that means, ideally before it goes to voting, or to understand really it's, in concrete terms, what it would mean to understand if it's even possible or plausible based on the bylaws of the FFE. So is that internal hiring? Is it general hiring? Is this more about the youth programs that we do support currently? So clarification for that would be very welcome before it becomes more concrete.
Great, thank you for that. Who can provide the clarification that Mr. Brown seeks? Commissioner Urban, is that you with your hand up? No, okay. Can anyone provide that clarification? Or is that an area that maybe we need to park and not include in the voting to make sure that we have the right information that we need? And why don't we do that for time?
I recommend that we park that unless there's objection.
Yeah, I'm gonna park it in pink. Okay, wonderful. So with that is we're not gonna vote on that one, but we are gonna vote on every single other area that is listed here. So go ahead and figure out what your top 5 are. Once you have it, then we will go through our formal voting process. And then take a break after we are done. Okay, is everyone ready? Okay, Commissioner Urban, you ready?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. I just wanted to make sure we're getting ready to vote and wanted to make sure you had enough time. Okay, great. So the first one, engage neighborhood associations and other key stakeholders in addressing employment gaps. If this is part of your top 5, go ahead and give me a hand raise, please. Okay, it looks like Commissioner Pradell is prioritizing this. Okay, great. The next one, have an external process in place to evaluate internal employment engagement. If this is one of your top 5s, go ahead and raise your hand, please. Okay, Vice Mayor Griffin. Okay, it looks like Vice Mayor Griffin is wanting to prioritize having an external process in place to evaluate internal employment engagement. The next one is a strong, positive organization staffed by caring individuals who are representative of the community that they serve. If this is one of your 5, go ahead and give me a hand raise. Okay, we've got Commissioner Hess, Mayor Anderson, Commissioner Urban, and Vice Mayor Griffin, who are wanting to prioritize having a strong, positive organization staffed by caring individuals. All right, the next one is a pipeline of neighborhood residents with the skills they need to do the thing.
Tamara, that was a 4, not a 1.
Oh, thank you. Gosh, this is why we are in this together. Thank you. All right, so the next one is a pipeline of neighborhood residents with the skills that they need to do the things that we need the most around the city, like replacing our sidewalks, our roads, lead services, water and wastewater lines, stormwater improvements, etc. If this is one of your 5, go ahead and give me a hand raise. Commissioner Hess, Commissioner Urban, and Mayor Anderson, and Vice Mayor Griffin. All right, so this is a 4, not a 1. All right, so the next one is to provide support for small and large businesses that provide good paying employment and opportunities for growth and wealth building. Go ahead and give me a hand up if this is one of your 5. Okay, Commissioner Pradell, Mayor Anderson, Vice Mayor Griffin. All right, wonderful. It looks like we have 3 votes there. All right, so for expanding employment, training, and internship opportunities with local employers through enrollments beginning initially in 1 or more summer youth programs, emphasizing youth employment, go ahead and give me a hand raise. All right, we've got Commissioner Hess, Mayor Anderson, Vice Mayor Griffin, Commissioner Pradell, and Commissioner Urban. Thank you. For accelerated and increased frequency of training of trades and other high-paid professions, including support for certifications and licensing. Give me a hand raise if this is one of your top 5. Commissioner Urban, Commissioner Pradell, Mayor Anderson, Commissioner Hess. Wonderful. Thank you for that. 4. All right, so for increased financial and capacity building support for micro businesses, if this is one of your 5, go ahead and give me a hand raise. Okay, Commissioner Pradell and Vice Mayor Griffin. All right. So in terms of internally increasing the number of promotions for people of color within the city, if this is one of your 5, go ahead and give me a hand raise. Commissioner Urban. All right. Commissioner Urban wants to prioritize increasing promotions. And let's see, it looks like our last one, we have two more. The first, be intentional about barrier removal in the hiring process. If this is one of your top 5, go ahead and give me a hand raise.
I have a quick question.
Yes.
Since these boxes are jumping around so much, I have lost track of what are our last 2 things to vote on because I've only got 1 vote left.
Okay, so the 2 that we have left is increase the quality of our public services and to be intentional about barrier removal in the hiring process. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
All right, so if you are voting to be intentional about barrier removal process in the hiring, go ahead and give me a hand raise. All right, Mayor Anderson, Vice Mayor Griffin. Looks like, okay, great. So I've got 2 there. Let me know if I missed you. And the last one, increase the quality of our public services. If indeed that is an area that you want to focus on, go ahead and raise your hand. And somehow I lost you. I can't see you on my screen anymore. So if you could actually just say out loud, and I'm going to get you back because I'm going to stop sharing my screen in 1 second.
Yeah, that's one of mine.
All
I'm
right,
Jack
so
Urban.
all right, so Commissioner Urban is in support of increasing the quality of our public services. Who else? Okay, so we've got Commissioner Urban for 1 vote there. Okay, beautiful. So let me stop sharing my screen. I'm going to share again and see if I'll be able to see you this time around. I apologize for that. No, I still can't, but you know what? We're going to take a break right now. Let's take 5. It's 2:12. We'll come back together at 2:17. Enjoy your break and we will pick up from where we left off. Thanks, everyone. All right, we're going to go ahead and pick up from where we left off. We still have a lot to cover. I'm going to show you a glimpse of our success, and then we're moving into mobile nuisance, what public safety success looks like, and then we'll be done, or almost done. We're going to be hearing from the city manager on some updates in terms of stimulus funding, and then the mayor will take us home officially. So keep all that in mind. We are almost at the finish line. We have done such good work already. And so let me go ahead and share my screen with you. This is what employment success looks like from your vantage point. In the green, that is internal success. The white is external success, and I'm going to name those in just a minute. And the pink have to do with things that are not really within the realm of your control. So for the first success being supervisors are all DEI trained and qualified. The second internal one is positive recruitment retention numbers. The third is equity is reflected through all levels of your employment process, and that all 600 plus employees have a positive assessment of being employed by the city. In terms of external, the first one is strong relationships with our community partners around business. The second one is to increase our small business grant and incubation efforts. The third is a streamlined, easy process for businesses to engage with the city. And the fourth is an increase in new trades professionals. And the two that are really bigger than what the city can manage, if you will, is a decrease in unemployment numbers and cash spending increased in neighborhoods. Any thoughts about this before we move into mobile nuisance? And I can't see you for some reason. I was not able to figure out literally like everything in the Zoom in terms of your faces are out of sight for me. So you'll have to unmute yourself and just begin speaking. I apologize about that. Technology is out of the realm of my control right now. All right, so I'm going to assume that we're all on the same page because I haven't heard anyone speak, and we're going to move on to mobile nuisance. Okay, great. I'm assuming that was the mayor chiming in. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to close out of there and let's look at mobile nuisance. So when we were together in March, we designed some public safety priorities. And so a lot of that work has already been done. Mobile nuisance was separate. We merged it into public safety because of course that made sense to do. And just want to hear your perspectives on what we have to work with and what we want to keep in terms of prioritization. So the first is to use community development and organizing tools to work with the neighborhoods and residents to create plans to end such parties. And then prioritizing diversity and youth in that work. The second one is to publicize and make secure the availability of Versailles Park on weekend evenings between certain hours, including 11 and 8 p.m., 11 p.m. and 8 a.m. The third is to further conversations about creative enforcement strategies. And the fourth is significant outreach with community about expectations, structured processes for events and enforcement. And then the box in blue, which is intentional building of community partnerships. That was pretty broad. So we wanted to spend some time maybe getting some more specifics around that one. And of course, adding anything that we feel needs to be reflected in terms of mobile nuisance. So I want to open it up. Again, unmute yourself if you have questions or comments or additions at this point, because I can't see you.
Hi, this is Jean Hess. Just a question. I haven't seen the publicize and make secure the availability of Versailles on weekend evenings between 11 p.m. and 8 a.m. First of all, that would get folks off the streets. But second of all, there are still neighbors around there. And I have a question for anyone, perhaps Chief Coakley, about the viability of that.
Great, thank you. Chief?
Hello, everyone. Chief Coakley. Jean Hess, I must say, this is the first time I've seen this particular topic here. Again, as you stated, Versalles Park is on the north side. It is somewhat toward the north of Kalamazoo. And when I say north, the north end has housing around the park that could become an issue for those hours with our public, with our residents in that area. And we have a housing project, residential housing in that area of a housing complex, that being interfaith homes. So that could be a particular problem as well. So I'm not sure where else I could go with that particular topic.
No, I thank you, Chief. I thought that might be an issue. It's, I don't think it's a solution.
Yeah.
I'm Jack Urban. I'm the one who suggested that. It was obviously it was somewhat catalytic. People have better ideas. That's all. I'm all for it. But I'm looking for something practical besides just trying to partner with community members. We've been trying that for years, and I don't see anything very concrete coming out of any of that. And so I'm looking for something that's a little bit more directive, a little bit more toothy. And if it meets with objections, then maybe that will incentivize people to come up with alternatives that are more acceptable. Versalles Park isn't ideal. One could suggest Verburg Park then, but there's neighborhood, there are people close to that too. But the idea of having people wandering up and down crowded streets like on Cooley and Ada and Florence, that's where it's really unmanageable. So I'm looking for, say, listen, if you want to, you have a right to gather in public on weekends. You know, it's something you can't stop. But after 11 p.m., it seems to me that we could kind of suggest to the community that we're proposing this, and if you have an objection to it, give us some alternatives. I mean, I think that I want to propose things that we kind of incentivize the communities that are involved with this to respond. Is this something that they're in favor of or not, and what's the alternative? So this is kind of maybe a provocative proposal, and I just put it out there in that vein.
Yeah. And thank you so much for just letting it be known, right, that this was a strategy that you put out there, the heartbeat behind why you put it out there. And the beautiful thing about what you just said is that when we look at this first box, which is use community development and organizing tools to work with the neighborhoods, you know, they can help to come up with strategies, right? And who knows, maybe they'll come up with this same strategy and maybe it's going to be totally different. Right. But I think, and some of this is getting into like that concrete nature is really up to, in part, like entrusting the city staff, right, to come up with those strategies that are going to be able to move the needle on this, of course, in partnership with, when I say city staff, I'm talking about, you know, law enforcement, you know, being a big part of that, of course. So, if it's okay with you, Commissioner Urban, and other commissioners, I would like to highlight this box in purple and not include it as our vote, considering it may be A, too specific, and then B, that if we're really wanting to hear from the community and have them create strategies, you know, having them do it versus presenting them with them may be the most viable approach for us as well. Well,
I think it's okay to put this in purple because it was just kind of a half-baked idea.
Yeah, and we appreciate that.
What I want to stress from this is, rather than just say, public, give us your ideas, I think you can help frame things and really kind of narrow the or kind of focus the energy of the public. If we suggest things that ourselves, some of which may not be ideal, and say, you know, to kind of force the issue a little bit. That's what's behind that.
Yeah,
not that
yeah.
particular solution.
Sure. Yeah, we appreciate that, and we've heard it, and that's a great perspective, and thank you for that. All right, anything further that we want to talk about in terms of mobile nuisance and other strategies that we may want to add so that we can vote and figure out what we want to keep, and maybe we decide we want to keep all of it, like we did when we went through homelessness.
This is Vice Mayor Griffin. I just have a quick question, just for clarity.
Yeah.
The item that Commissioner Urban was speaking on, while I don't necessarily think that Versaluz is the spot, I do see where he's going with it in terms of saying that if there could be somewhere concrete or a space that can exist where people can go and park or whatnot. And that doesn't exclude the public, someone from purchasing a plot of land and doing that, on your own, just to put that out there as well. But knowing what the city has done to try to mitigate, I guess that's the word I'll use, what has happened with the homeless encampment, so to speak. Right now, people are sanctioned over in a neighborhood. I don't necessarily know that they knocked on the neighborhood and asked what they felt about that. I know that because my mom lives over there, but they're still there, and it's temporary, but it's still something that was done in the interim. So if we exist in that space, the city already works like that. So if that's something that can be open for this as well, I just wanted to lift that up because I see where he's going with that. Maybe not that specific. And I will say I was in a conversation, what was this, I think it was 2019, when I just got on the commission. Commissioner Cunningham was in that conversation. So was former Chief Thomas, as well as City Manager Ritzema, talking about, is there a way, is there an opportunity to create a space as a potential solution? So lifting all of that up, I just don't want that to get necessarily swept under the rug with a potential idea.
Yeah. So, and what you've actually offered gives us a broad-based perspective, which would be, which could still fit into the specifics of what Commissioner Urban shared. And so I started to reframe this, and I would love to hear your perspectives. Create spaces that are open 24 hours that, I'm assuming, what is it? I don't know, give me some language around this, but I think that's the essence of what we're saying, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So, or could we even just leave it right now at create spaces that are open 24 hours that individuals can access, that the public can access?
Yeah, we want to say safe and secure.
Okay, create safe, secure spaces. Okay, great.
Yeah,
and are you okay if are you okay if I remove this, publicize, and make secure?
Yeah.
Okay, great. And then we're gonna change this. Oh no, I'm gonna keep this. I just want to make it into a white box. Okay, great. All right. Anything further?
David Anderson here. Tamara, I would just suggest that, one of the furthest left, community development organizing tools, working with residents. The middle one, about further conversations. And then the one on the right about outreach are all similar and overlapping. So I'm not sure if we need to separate those out anymore and vote on them.
Yeah, so that's a really good point. And I do think that I'm having some trouble with my cut and paste right now. What I will do offline and maybe, so what I'll do is I'm going to merge these three together because I do think that they are connected, as you just said. But in addition to that, based on the morphing of these three, using community development, further conversations, and significant outreach together, that would then create safe and secure spaces that are open 24 hours, and then the building of community partnerships, which may be viable or not. And we'll spend some time on that. So then would we want to keep all of that and move it into prioritization when related to the public safety priorities that you've already created.
Mara, I see that Chris Pradel has his hand up.
Oh, yes, I'm Commissioner Pradel.
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to mention, I see the middle one where it talks about alternative opportunities and gathering activities, but I just want to make sure to clarify, what that would necessarily mean or look like. And again, I think this is an opportunity where maybe through neighborhood associations or the great work the block clubs have been doing recently. I mean, car show, outdoor, maybe it's an outdoor, outdoor music or adult like leagues or tournaments, those sort of things. Like, is that what the person who suggested that one was?
So I suggested that one, Chris, and I think it is very much like this newer one that just got created here.
Okay.
Conversations about some alternative opportunities for gathering and public activities somewhere in some space. So
gotcha. Okay.
That was what I was intending by that.
I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
To make sure it was, okay.
Well, and it would seem like too, that we're talking about safe and secure spaces. Do you feel like this conversations with community partners about resourcing some alternative opportunities falls under creating safe and secure spaces, or do we see that as separate?
I think sorry, this is Commissioner Pradel again. I think my concern is just that kind of a thinking like, oh, well, there's art hop on Friday night, downtown. So, that's an alternative providing. I'm thinking more like granular by neighborhood level.
Yes.
And so, I think in better understanding what each neighborhood would love to see versus just saying, like have a come one, come all type community event. Because, there are a lot of events that happen in the community, but, depending on transportation, interests, financial, costs and stuff. I think sometimes, something that might work on the other side of town might not work for somebody who wants to do something in their own neighborhood. Just being able to like walk down a couple blocks to go do something, to me is powerful. And so anyways, I think that's more what I wanted to just kind of emphasize is that I think, I would just love to see something more granular by neighborhood.
Yes, thank you for that. And I did add that. I think that's a really important distinguishing factor. And when we're talking about addressing this challenge. So I just put create safe and secure spaces in neighborhoods that are open 24 hours that the public can access. Does that encapsulate what you just highlighted?
Yeah, it's okay with me.
Okay, great. And then I actually I went ahead and moved conversations with the community partners about resourcing some alternative opportunities for gatherings and activities under the intentional building of community partnerships, because it actually just felt like it fit there more than any other area. And I would love to hear your perspective on if that's specific enough, because keep in mind, of course, that, part of this is having the city staff to create viable strategies, right? To do this, right? So is it specific enough for mobile nuisance? And do we now want to have it be one of the strategies that we want to carry forward? And remember to unmute yourself because I can't see you.
Hi, this is Jean Hess. It looks like all of these are, these are at the conversational level. I know that earlier in the year, we did create the mobile nuisance plan. And, in our Friday email, in the update from Chief Coakley, and maybe he can speak to this, they've moved to phase 3 of the mobile nuisance plan. So, there is a plan, and the act of towing vehicles and issuing citations, arresting for behavior in the matter. So KDPS is actually taking action. What we seem to be doing is saying we're still going to have conversations, and that does solve the problem at the higher level, but I think KDPS might be wanting to solve the problem at the street level.
Yeah. Well, and I think part of that too, thank you, Commissioner Hess. And if the chief is going to speak to this, what I want to say too is, considering that they're at phase 3, what I'm curious about is when we think about what's reflected here about, organizing at the local level to have the residents, to have conversations with them and to have them be a part of solutions. I think we have to also ascertain the extent to which they're involved in this plan, and what are the plans in the future, right? So I just wanted to add that too, for the chief to respond to, because I think it's relevant to this conversation.
And so thank you for that. And if I may, as we began this plan of action and, in March, and we began to speak on it, and we've titled it Mobile Nuisance. And we began to implement the plan, the operational plan of the Mobile Nuisance Party. The parties have become static. And what I mean by that is now the statics are just on a block, in particular in our community. So implementing, and now we're in stage 3 of that plan, and that includes citing people in the community for the Mobile Nuisance Party, or nuisance parties, and or towing vehicles. And so we have now even gone out and solicited organizations in our community and the residents, the citizens of Kalamazoo, to help, along with being included in that plan, to apply some social pressures to people in our community that this particular behavior is not suitable, and this is not what Kalamazoo expects, and it's unacceptable to have such loud music and voices and partying at 3 a.m. in the morning. So to that, we have continued to evolve our plan, our operational plan, as things change, but certainly we're still soliciting things to do, or ways to get our community not to in particular to socialize in this manner at this time of day, at this time of night or morning in our neighborhoods.
Great, thank you, Chief. Commissioner Hess, did that answer your question?
It did, and it seems to me that we do, as a community, need to continue these conversations.
Yes, okay, yeah. So then with that, is there consensus that we want to move all of this into prioritization as we move into 2022 and beyond? And again, just unmute yourself, and if you could confirm that there is consensus among everyone, that would be super appreciated.
David Anderson, yes.
Vice Mayor Griffin here, yes.
Commissioner Urban, yes.
Oh, Jean Hess, yes.
Chris Pradle, yes.
Beautiful. All right. So as we get ready to wrap up, these are the law enforcement successes that have been identified, not just about mobile nuisance, but about law enforcement in general. So I'm going to say these out loud. And all of these felt like they were within your realm of control. And so you tell me otherwise. And this is also an opportunity for you to identify anything that you feel like needs to be added in terms of success. So the first is the City of Kalamazoo's marketing efforts should be nationwide. So putting the work more on the map to include livability, affordability, educational prestige, et cetera. The report on community police interactions that occurred in the summer of 2020 is made public. A diverse department staffed by a committed, broadly trained, and adequately supported public safety team. The fourth is deep and meaningful DEI integration in the hiring process and organizational culture, more diversity, cultural competency for hires and promotes. Rebuilt trust within the community. Improved internal and external communication. An increase in neighbors reporting feeling safe. And lastly, clear functional relationships with multidisciplinary partners, including trauma response, mental health, and temporary housing assistance, having strong, positive, broad community relationships tied to neighborhoods, including Neighborhood Watch, Block clubs, and faith-based partners. So I want to open it up. What thoughts do you have about these outcomes? And remember to unmute yourself if you want to speak, because I cannot see you.
I will offer something,
Okay, Commissioner Urban.
Commissioner Urban. Some of these are, the metrics on them are going to be pretty vague. Like rebuilt trust with the community. That's going to have to come through some kind of survey, I suppose. Whereas in contrast, a report on the community police interactions that occurred in summer of 2020, that's very quantitative. That's going to be a yes or a no, whether we get that done in time. So that's pretty okay in terms of specificity. But some of the other ones, I think we ought to talk a little bit more about, well, what exactly do we mean by measuring and how we're going to measure success in these areas? Increase in neighbors feeling safe. That again, that's a survey question. We need to commit to a survey, a probably ongoing survey that's repeated every other year or so, or included in a survey that's already done, maybe added as a series of questions.
Yeah. So I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. Did you have something else you wanted to say, Commissioner?
No, I think that's enough for now.
Okay, so there's a couple ways I want to respond to this. So first and foremost, everything on here can be measured, right? Now, when you're talking about metrics and identifying what those metrics are, that's going to merit some time, right? And that can, when we're talking about next steps, that's clearly one of the things that will have to be done, because some of these can be measured really easy and some of them have to be fleshed out a lot more in order, but they can all be measured, right? Now, the extent to which what that measurement looks like is also going to look different, because when we're talking about an indicator for year 1 versus year 3, you know, those are all things that we want to keep in mind. But for the beautiful thing is that we don't have to figure any of that out right now in this session, but know that we will figure it out, and that will be identified in the next steps, and we'll ascertain when it makes the most sense to spend time fleshing out some of that.
Okay.
Other thoughts on law enforcement success?
Tamara, I'm not seeing any hands or anything.
Okay, so that must mean that we are okay. And if that is the case, and I would love to see your beautiful faces while we do this, go ahead and give yourself an air clap, because we have come to the end of strategizing, and I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and now I can see all of your beautiful faces. We've come to the end of strategizing. We have our priorities in mind. We have what success looks like. We're going to talk about next steps in just a minute, including what I just talked about with Commissioner Urban, and I want to turn it over now to the city manager so that we can talk about stimulus funding.
Thank you, Damara, and great job in leading us through this process. I want to come back as promised to discuss how we plan on engaging the community around the use of the stimulus dollars. So staff is developing a brief survey that will include questions to understand the impact COVID has had on our community, and to have individuals prioritize things the city can do to address community needs. The list of items for the community to prioritize will be generated using Imagine Kalamazoo 2025, commission priority areas, stimulus suggestions and requests we have received, and data from the relief funds administered by the United Way and the Community Foundation. The survey will not be statistically significant, but we intend to include demographic questions with the goal of getting responses consistent with our community's census data. Our goal is to launch the survey on Friday, June 18, with the intent of giving people 30 days to complete. We intend to follow our Imagine Kalamazoo 2025 process to share the online survey broadly to our community partners and to provide hard copies to over 20 locations throughout the city. Additionally, people calling 311, our call center, will be directed to an online survey or they can receive a hard copy by mail if needed. We are hoping that each of you city commissioners can assist in sharing the survey to your networks and encouraging people to complete it. So that's the process we've identified, and certainly look for any input on that, but seems like that was the spirit of what Vice Mayor was saying or asking for the other day.
Great, thank you, City Manager. All right, Commissioner Predow.
Yeah, Jim, I was just wondering, I know a number of people who have reached out so far have had like one particular issue that they really want it to be focused on. Is there a way where if people call 311, if they don't have an interest in doing the survey, they could at least have some like repository to like share the idea that they have and have it recorded somewhere? Is that possible?
Yeah, and they can either contact 311, email a commissioner or a commission or our CMO's office, and we are compiling those suggestions that come in.
Other questions for the City Manager? All right, thank you so much. So what I want to be able to do is just briefly talk about next steps before the mayor closes us out officially. So definitely identifying some metrics. I'll be cleaning up our document, making sure that, and then also adding our top priorities into the spreadsheet that already has the strategies prioritized from our session back in March. What else do we feel like needs to happen? I would think you would need an operations plan based on the priorities from the city staff, right?
Yeah.
And we'll have to figure out what the, okay. And then when, I mean, considering that we've already prioritized this is what, you know, it's made clear to the city staff, this is what the commission wants. What's a good time frame to begin to operationalize some of this, city staff? And maybe this question is for Deputy City Manager Lamb.
In terms of time frame, I think for you to get us kind of all the consolidated information, as you said, adding the priorities from March, the information today to the priorities before, as we've indicated, we're certainly wanting to look at the 2022 budget first and foremost. So right now we are currently going through process. We've got special requests coming in. So we're looking to be able to evaluate those requests, those ideas, and certainly factor in the input from today as much as possible. So I think we'll start to integrate that. To your point, I think as we go to continually seek greater and greater clarity and greater specificity so that we all have a shared definition of success and know how we're tracking it, who's tracking it, and how often, I think that's going to require some follow-up discussion. So I think first and foremost, how best do we integrate this into our budget process? Certainly some of the things we talked about today, exciting things that we're already working on that. And that suggests where we could do some additional work to say, here's what we heard from you. Good news is here's what we're already doing. And that could create some additional opportunities for dialogue. We've also talked about using our future committee of the whole work sessions to be able to loop back around. And so I think our next one coming up is on the 21st. Depending on when we get notes from you, Damara, and get everything wrapped up, we can at least kind of provide a report and be a little more specific about next steps and timelines relative to the budget process.
Good.
Great.
Good.
All right, and my turnaround will be within, you tell me, if I turn it around in 2 weeks, is that enough time, or were you wanting it within a week?
Well, I think I'm seeing the mayor say 2 weeks is good. And so we will take 2 weeks and then we'll be able to work it into the next committee of the whole session once we get the notes.
Okay, wonderful. Any other next steps that we feel should be illuminated to further complete our work together?
I guess just a reminder, Damar, that we will continue to have committee of the whole meetings which will focus on topic areas and allow for deeper dives and some more specificity related to all that. So this is part of a process, not the end of something.
Yes, thank you so much. Right, because there we covered a lot of ground, and we know there's more. There is more.
There is more.
City manager.
Yeah, along the lines of committee of the whole, I can say that I polled the commission around continuing those beyond July 31st, and the majority would like to see those continued. So my question is to the city attorney, is that something that will need to be amended? I think it was it a rule that was created around that? Janet, I didn't mean to put you on the spot, Clyde, just.
I'd have to look, I'd have to research that a little bit. It was a commission rule, you're right. And generally rules can be amended fairly easily.
Okay.
Great, but that's an important piece. Thank you for bringing that to the forefront, because that's a good action step.
Yes.
All right, anything further in terms of next steps? All right, my immense gratitude to you all for trusting me on this journey. I know that allocating in 2 Saturdays now, and all the work that you did in between and all the work that's coming down the pipeline, I appreciate you immensely, because this is no small feat to take on, and you should be really proud of the work that you did to be able to get consensus on these very big topics affecting our city is a big deal. And so thank you all. I'm looking forward to continued work with you. And I'm going to turn it over to you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Damara West. So I know we've all done a lot of talking, so I don't know if there'll be much for this. The next thing on our agenda is commissioner comments. Are there any commissioner comments? Commissioner Urban.
Yeah, I just want to say that this level and this intensity and this depth of doing long-term planning is unprecedented in my following of Kalamazoo City's history. This is really terrific, and I hope that it's successful enough that people want to continue it. The quality of commission input into the budget process at an early stage has never been like this before, as far as I know. So I think we could congratulate ourselves, but also remind ourselves that it takes work to maintain this and to build on it. So far, so good.
Anyone else? Manager Ritzma.
Yeah, I know I'm not a commissioner, but I just want to thank, I just want to thank the city team for being on this Zoom with us. And I know some of you didn't get a chance to speak, but that doesn't mean the work you're doing is not important. So thank you all for taking time, and the commission too, for taking Saturday in June to do this important work.
Important recognition, Manager Risma. I appreciate that. Any other commissioner comments at this point, or vice mayor comments? No? All right. So at this point, I just want to remind people that it's been a tradition over the course of many, many years for the commission, when we have a retreat, to ask for some assistance when it comes to facilitating the work we're doing. And part of the reason for that is that, you know, because then a situation that oftentimes the mayor is in chairing the meeting, you can't participate at the same level. And that allows everyone to participate. And it is a great, great benefit to me. And I really, really recognize it and want to talk about it, to be able to be one of the participants. And let's keep it in mind that that really is how the commission works. There's 7 of us, we get 7 votes. No one's vote counts more than another vote. And so that lets us be together in this group doing this work. And as coming from someone who, does share efforts from time to time and try to help us work together towards decisions on one thing or another, I can tell you that when you are experiencing, watching someone who's accomplished in what they do, I would suggest one of the attributes to look for is, do they make it look easy? And make it look easy enough so that when you watch Michael Jordan make some amazing shot, you could think, oh, I could probably do that. And in this situation, we have an individual who's leading us, Ms. Damara West, who does that, makes it look easy, and it's not that easy. And in addition, in her situation, not only is she trying to sort of keep us all going in the same direction, she's working her, not PowerPoint, I know, but, retyping things, moving things around. And in our last planning session, you said, well, do I need to take notes on all this at the same time as well? Which I thought, oh yeah, that would really be something. That would be like you got 10 plates spinning on sticks, And so we did provide some assurance that there's other people taking notes. You don't have to document all of this, but I would say you make it look easy, but it's not easy. And I really, really appreciate, your good humor, your positive approach, and in spite of all that, your ability to drive us to a goal. So your accomplishment orientation and your focus on that. So thank you so much. I really appreciate your efforts. This helps all of us, and it helps the city for you to be doing this great work with us. So thank you very, very much. Great spending some time with everybody, city team, commission, appreciate that. We're still going to have some time to get out on this beautiful Saturday afternoon, take advantage of this great city that we all care about. Let's keep our hearts open. I love you, Kalamazoo. We are adjourned.